Let me know.
It is loading now.
Okay.
Oh no, I had my purse.
Oh my God.
It is 5:04 and we are live.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the interviews for the Business Advisory Board and the Planning and Zoning Board for the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida on this May 26th, 2026. Let's have the roll call.
Mayor Betty Rush,
Here.
Vice Mayor Mimi May,
Here.
Commissioner Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner Christopher McVoy,
Here.
Commissioner Anthony Segrich.
Present.
Great. Thank you. Okay, Mr. McVoy will lead us in the pledge.
Try to get the comment. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
There's no comment after the flag. There
It
should
makes
be.
me crazy how people say the pledge. It's not the way it's,
We will have lessons at some point.
I tried, no one will listen to me. Nobody listens to me. All right. Welcome, everybody, and thank you for your interest in the board. We only have 2 openings, so this is one of the most uncomfortable positions we get put in. We're having to make decisions about our neighbors. But let me just say before we get started, 10 seconds, even if you don't get on a board, and a lot of you won't get on a board tonight, please stay interested, follow the agendas, let us know what you think about what's going on. It's very, very helpful. So having said that,
Madam
Hey,
Mayor,
yep.
the appointments are actually Thursday. We're not appointing.
I
tonight.
know.
No, because you said tonight. I
Oh,
just wanted them to know.
yeah, thank you. I stand corrected. First up is Paige Chilton. Yep, come on up here. Madam Clerk, is it,
They are slotted at 5 minutes apart and I will time.
okay, but they get 5 minutes, or what about questions?
We
Total
did the
5.
time, a total of 5 minutes because we had so many applicants.
Your best elevator speech. Madam Clerk, if you could time her for 2.5 minutes and then gives us some time to ask questions.
I certainly will.
Thank you. Okay, you're on.
Okay, so you said best elevator speech. My name is Paige Chilton. I have officially been in Lake Worth for 3 years. We just bought a house a year ago on North D, so I actually walked here, which was lovely. And I'm also part of the Chamber of Commerce. So it is the Greater Lantana Chamber of Commerce, but that also includes Lake Worth. And so I attend all of those meetings and also help represent new businesses coming into the chamber as well, as far as greeting them and getting them acclimated to what the chamber looks like. I've fallen in love with Lake Worth, and so I wanted to apply basically because I want to support businesses coming to Lake Worth, thriving, being able to support them, guide them in the process of whatever that looks like. And I'm just excited to be a part of it. I've been on plenty of boards before in the past that look different, nothing for a city. But I've been on boards for a girls camp that we started, that I helped start in Columbia, South Carolina. So it's a summer camp for young girls, teaching them how to play instruments and teaching them about self-empowerment and self-care. I've also been on the board of a music festival that was for and by folks of color in the LGBTQ community, so that we could have an annual festival every summer to just support the community. And I've also been on the Greater Girls Rock Camp Alliance. So there are those camps that I described earlier all across the world. And so it's an international board that meets every year. And then we put on a conference for all of the other camps that are global. So that's sort of my background and experience. I'm also currently here as a business. I work from home, but I am in the healthcare industry. So I help folks sign up for healthcare. So that's medical, dental, vision, life insurance. I like to sort of look at it more holistically. So if while speaking to my clients, I see any other issues that come around that they need. So if that's access to food, if that is transportation to places that they need, I try and find other organizations or people in the community that can help sort of meet that need. And on the other spectrum, that is also for clients who need maybe financial advisors or guidance in that part of their life that they're, as they're turning 65 and they're approaching that part of their life, I can find people in the community that help meet those needs as well. So I kind of take more of a case manager, a holistic approach to it.
Thank you, Madam
That's
Clerk.
2 minutes and 30 seconds.
All right, good
Yeah.
job. Perfect. Any Ms. Malega has a question?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Thank you for applying. Welcome to Lakewood Beach.
Thank you.
You have that you're self-employed.
Yes.
So does that mean you are a 1099 employee?
Correct.
So you work for a higher for a conglomerate?
So I work for myself. I am contracted with most of the major insurance companies that have stood the test of time, right? So that I know essentially I find out my client's needs and whatever cream rises to the top so that I can pick the company and not be forced to push a person into a plan. So that's sort of my approach to it. So that's why I like
So
to do that.
the reason I'm asking is because every single person that applied,
Mhm.
I looked up their LBTR, which is their license to work from home, as well as their son does docs.
Mhm.
And I couldn't find anything on you, under your name, under your address. So that's why I asked if you're a 1099 employee.
Yes, correct.
So, but you're working from home and you don't have an LBTR, which is a license, a work from home license, basically.
I've never heard of that being a thing that I needed to acquire from anyone that I work with in
Okay.
the insurance
Have you listened
business.
or have you watched any of the business advisory board meetings?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. McBoy has a question.
Yeah, did you say B as in boy or D as in dog?
Oh, North D Street.
Okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
And so you're over west of Dixie.
Mhm.
And when we talk about businesses in Lake Worth, we often seem to put on our blinders and see east of Dixie.
Yes.
I am quite interested in having the Business Advisory Board pay attention to the businesses west
Yeah.
and promote those. I am of the opinion that even though they might be small, they do a lot of volume of business, and I'll bet they are economically more significant than we think.
Yes.
They've had a hit in the last year, but
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is that something that you would have an interest in trying to balance east and west a bit more?
I mean, yes. I mean, that's my neighborhood. That's my community. And I think we brought it up in the chamber a few times too. We tend to focus downtown or, sort of branched out in other directions, but often forget this side. And there are so many great businesses and restaurants and people. And so my neighbor has a small cleaning business. And so I want to try and bring those folks into the chamber if they're interested, or just it would be a great opportunity to get them more connected with the city, and for folks maybe only interacting with this side of business to know that they can cross the street and also go to those businesses. So, yeah.
Mr. Severage.
Thank you. And thank you for applying. Do you have any experience with corporate finance, like P&Ls, balance sheets, that sort of thing, or negotiation of corporate contracts, leases?
Not like on a corporate scale. I was the treasurer of all of those boards that I mentioned. And so those are smaller scale. We're not talking millions. We're talking, thousands, hundreds of thousands. And so I've done it on that scale, but not on a larger corporate level. No.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you.
And with all your skills, you have a lot to offer the city and our children and creativity and camps and stuff. Thank you. Thank you very much. Up next is Jose Fernandez.
Good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon.
Let's see. So a little bit about me. I got some key points here so I don't ramble on.
Sure.
Well, I'm the owner of Black Lotus Gym right here in downtown Lake Worth. We're going on maybe our 9th, maybe 10th year downtown. I'm at the point in my life where I'm a father, I'm a husband. My kids are in their formative years, and it's all happening in this town. And I'm more invested than ever on what goes on outside my door.
If you could speak up just a little
sorry.
bit, because people are listening as well.
Sure.
Thank you.
So I'm more invested than ever now. Again, seeing my kids grow up here, and there's so much going on with the world. There's very little I can do to maybe influence the world, but we can definitely have a say in our community and how our communities is evolving, so to speak. I'm really looking forward to getting involved one way or the other. There's something special about the town. There's something special about what we've been able to create here. And I'm a person that believes that if you're going to ask anything of anyone, including a city, you got to do your part. and I definitely want to make sure I can serve, I can be useful. And as a teacher, as a mentor, as a coach, for me, it's important to set that example as well. You know, I was in the Marine Reserves for some time, and I want to show my kids as they grow up, if they continue growing up in this town, we had something to do with it. It's because we gave back to it, so to speak, right? So that's the short of it. You know, I have been involved with education all my life. I started teaching in some form since I was 15.
Tonight, we're interviewing for the business advisory report.
Sure.
Yeah,
But,
okay.
yeah, just going over the overall thing, right? So, you know, my passion is on seeing the growth of not just my students, but everybody around me. So as a teacher, as an educator, which is what I do day to day, it's all about giving and seeing others grow. And that is my business. That's what I do for a living. It's how I make my money, right? By seeing others develop and others grow. And I'm looking forward to helping do that on a larger scale. In this case, the community as itself.
Thank you. I have a couple. So
Please.
you may not have used your 2.5 minutes, but we'll use it. We'll use it.
Sure.
So you've had a brick and mortar store downtown.
Yes, ma'am.
I know where you are now.
So we were
It
at,
used to be across Federal.
correct. Yep.
And you also live in the city.
I'm at the Bohemian. Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
that's okay. That's what I thought. What do you think, you know, for the business advisory, what do you think would be like the biggest challenge? Don't make a list, but the biggest challenge that business owners have downtown?
Probably feeling like there's a support system, right? Like something or someone that we can say, hey, this is what's going on with us as small business owners. And we'd like to have some sort of a liaison, some sort of contact person, that we can kind of get answers in the short term, as opposed to it's going to come eventually, or, you know, the bureaucracy part of it, where it seems like there's not a instant contact person. You know, I was fortunate recently where we have had a chance to speak to some of you guys, which is what motivated me to take the next step, because it does seem like there are people who genuinely care. And those are the types of individuals that I'd like to work with. Absolutely.
Thank you. Ms. Malega.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Very good. Yourself?
Good. Even though he owns a gym, we have no correlation. We just know each other in passing. So
Yes.
thank you for applying.
Yes. Thank
As
you.
a downtown business owner, I do know the struggles and I understand why you're applying, and I thank you for putting your name in the hat. Have you looked at the schedule, and would you be able to make a meeting every month? Because we are taking the meetings from every other month to monthly to make sure we can be a little more impactful. Would you be able to attend them?
Yeah. The good news is I do whatever I want all day. I make my own schedule, so to speak.
Your wife.
Wife know that.
Yes, yes. So, but yeah, in all seriousness, absolutely. If I plan ahead and we
Okay.
know these things are coming up, my schedule is all over the place at the same time, but there are certain things that kind of get set in
Yeah, I
stone.
know that
And
you're kind of busy, so that's why I
all
want to
over the
make sure
place,
that it is going to be a monthly commitment where
Yeah.
it used to be every other month.
easy.
And thank you. I did check your son does an LBTR, and he is completely up to date and has been since you had a business here. Thank
Awesome.
you.
Thank you.
Mr. McBoy.
Yes. What do you see as Lake Worth's competitive advantage compared to other cities around us?
Maybe some of the intangible things, you know, anyone I bring in, I grew up in Miami, and when I bring people here, they're like, wow, this is like a little Key West. Where's this? You know, and it's this little place that it's overshadowed by West Palm Beach, and maybe it's, you know, neighbors to the south or whatnot. But there is definitely something special here. When I tell people that I'm in the historical district, I mean, you really are. I've lived in some buildings that are 80 years old, 90 years old in this town. And to have that walking distance to the beach and such a sense of downtown community, and not have to be a bazillionaire to be able to enjoy that, I think is something that makes our town super unique for sure.
Well, I have one more question. What kind of, when you say community downtown, I mean, do you talk to each other? Are you talking to them?
Yeah, sure. I mean, in my specific building, we all kind of get along. Our Palm Beach hair salon,
Right.
she moved along with us when we were at the old building. Our new friends, tenants next door, Raphael, we have coffee almost every other morning. To me, it's important that whoever I'm surrounded with and surrounded by, that we're all good energy, good vibes, because we grow that way. And number one, again, back to being selfish about it. My kids are everywhere with me all the time. My children are homeschooled. And so they spend a lot of the time at the gym whenever they're not doing educational stuff. So, and they spend time downtown. They spend a lot of time by the annex. They spend a lot of time walking downtown towards the beach. So every block and whatever goes on in those blocks, I'm definitely interested in investing in.
Thank you. Any other
So-
questions?
Yeah, I'll follow up one. You mentioned that when you bring people here, the sort of a, wow, different vibe, Key West, sort of low key, some people call it a low key beach, old Florida beach town. What would you do, or how would you see ways to, and do you see it important to protect that identity? Economically important?
Sure. So so that's a tough one, right? Because as much as I want to see the town evolve and move on to the next stage of what it could be, I am a big believer in protecting the history and the culture. So to give you a straight up answer right now, I'd probably be lying to you, right? That is something that is probably something that needs to be discussed in groups because I do want to see the city evolve and compete with whether it's Boca, Delray, or Palm Beach, but never lose that charm, which is why we're here and not any of those other places. So, please, sir.
Really quick, just tell me about your experience with budgets, contracts, and business contracts.
I'll tell you plain, honest truth. The experience I've got with that is started when I opened up my business, and we've survived it up until now. We've, thank God, never had to take on any partners, loans, barely any credit cards. We've done it all off of just hard work. We are now moving to a stage where potentially we will take on a partnership, and that's going to scale the business to another stage. But that's also kind of why I'm here. Is it something that I'm willing to make a deal on and commit my next 20 years of my life to? And the city has a lot to do with it for sure. But yeah, to answer your question plainly, small business, small scale, anything else would be an exaggeration.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's see, Craig. Well, we're calling Craig Frost. He's up next. He doesn't seem to be here right now. So we'll call Jeremy Hanlon.
Can I just interrupt for one quick second? Who's down there, Shayla?
Yes.
Shayla, can you tell us when the 5 minutes is up? Because we're 5 minutes off already.
No problem.
Thank you.
Oh, I thought she was. No, I was.
No, Craig should be done. Jeremy's right on, but only because Craig's not here.
Right on, Jeremy. Hi,
All
Jeremy.
right, let's go. Hi, Jeremy Hanlon. Let's see. My experience begins with a finance degree, minimal amount of time there in accounting before I followed my passion into restaurants. Been in the restaurant business for 24 years. And, more recently outside of, working in corporate groups and independent groups, I came to Lake Worth originally to be a part of the group that purchased Benny's on the Beach in 2013. I was the managing partner there until 2023, silent partner, and then recently sold my equity in the business in 25. Since then, I have been consulting as a restaurant consultant for independents, small corporate projects. And, my interest in being here today is quite frankly, to better understand and be a part of what's happening in town, not necessarily at the beach, which I was fortunate to be a great part of, but also, what's going on downtown and the neighboring areas. I bought a home here in 2019 and I've been here with my family since then as well. And I've seen a lot of businesses come and go. And I've talked to a lot of businesses and groups all over Palm Beach County. And there's one thing that is never a conversation, and it's the fact that they don't want to come to Lake Worth. And I think the opportunity with being a part of the board is, quite frankly, to better understand the opportunities for them in combination with the opportunities for the city to have new businesses come. And that takes communication and consistency. And finding a bridge between the two, I think, is the biggest contribution I think I can make to it.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Ms. Malega?
Thank you. So you're no longer a partner at Benny's on the Beach?
No,
So there's no conflict of interest when it comes to like representing the city to the Business Advisory Board?
No.
I do see that you have a finance bachelor's degree
yes.
and cross-functional expert with business planning professional. What do you think, because being the new liaison to the Business Advisory Board, this is my new role, right? I had this harebrained idea years ago to create the Business Advisory Board. And do you think you'll be able to meet the meetings monthly? Because we did have a hard time meeting quorum last month. That is important. We're no longer going to be every other month. It's going to be monthly. So I want to make sure that whoever's applying knows that it is a monthly commitment now.
Absolutely. The commitment is the key word there for me.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. McBoy.
I can't remember if you mentioned it, but certainly everybody in the city is very aware that we tend to have a lot of empty storefronts downtown, and nobody likes that. Nobody thinks that's a good idea, myself included. Do you see, and what kind of do you see opportunities of a combination stick and carrot to change that situation, given that the city owns almost none of those buildings, maybe zero? They're in private hands. We can't tell them what to do, or we're limited. But do you see any strict combination, either stick or carrot or both, approaches to change that? And what would they be?
It's a great question. I think the first opportunity in a position like this is to learn about what the goals are for the city. Because obviously there's other parties, whether it be real estate focused or business focused, and there really can't be an approach to either one of those sides without understanding what the city wants to accomplish via logistics and the different businesses that want to be in and around the city. So I think starting with the city and then following up and understanding entrepreneurs and third-party interests in terms of where the biggest win is and where some of the compromises are that can benefit both parties, but still keep the ball rolling in regards to bringing in new businesses.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Segridge.
Thank you. Thank you for applying. As a consultant to restaurants and so on, you're helping many businesses. What size staffing, what size budgets, what size contracts and stuff are you helping these companies with, and what do you have experience with yourself?
Well, when I was in corporate, I worked a lot internationally, and I mean, there was a profile of close to $1 billion in top line sales. So I've worked with huge budgets in corporates. I've also worked with, $15-20 million top line sales with budgets and, 200, 300 employees, as well as 20 to 30 vendors at a time. So compromising and understanding between those important relationships is a big deal. And it's, contributes overall to the business because there's a lot of people involved and everyone is important in the mix.
And what do you think one or two things the city could change that might make us more attractive to businesses?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, that's 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for applying, really. That was a good question, too. Laura Levitas.
Did anybody else have an electric outage?
Yes.
Okay, because I was dying. I came here in my car with the air conditioner on. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Laura Levitas, and I've lived in Lake Worth Beach for 5 years. As someone building a future here, the quality of my life depends on whether this city functions. Can I get what I need here? Can I spend my money here? Because right now, I spend too much time and money in West Palm Beach for things that I wish I had in Lake Worth Beach. And I've noticed we spend a lot of time talking about what we don't want. But what do we want? What are we building towards? How do decisions fit together instead of happening one project at a time? How do we improve the quality of life while keeping what makes people want to live here in this first place? I'm interviewing for planning and zoning and the Business Advisory Board. So I'm just going to talk. All right. That's what interests me about planning and zoning, because decisions add up. This board shapes what gets built, what fits, and ultimately the experience of living here. What I bring is creativity. I'm an artist, and I think a lot about quality of life, environment, public spaces, and what makes a city feel good to live in. I'm also a working professional. I've run for office. I've spent a lot of time in this district and in the various cities studying them, trying to understand them and local government because I care about what makes a place work. I ask hard questions, I do the homework, and I think long term. I want this city to work better. And I want to be part of that conversation that shapes what comes next because every decision we make is shaping the city we're becoming. That's what I have to say.
Thank you. Ms. Malega, we'll start. Oh, Ms. May was first. Ms. May was.
Thank you. Hey, thanks,
Hi.
Laura, for being here. My question is, you started off saying that you go to West Palm Beach to spend money on things you would rather spend money here. Can you be more specific?
Fresh bread. Like we don't have a market. I go to Aioli for fresh bread. I don't have a place in town that I would like to consistently eat at. I know I'm very picky with food. It could just be me, but when I have friends coming into town, I don't feel that I have many options. I feel when I have friends coming into town, we don't spend the entire day in the city. I want a place that I could spend from morning until evening, one place.
Thank you.
Now, Ms. Malega.
Thank you. So can you explain what you do for a living? You have consultant and self-employed.
thank you.
That doesn't tell me anything.
Right now, I'm currently writing for political candidates.
Okay, but what is your work history?
My work history is I have a background in the arts. I was a writer, producer, director, tour person for many, many, many years. And then I stopped doing that to take care of my mother who lives in Boca Raton.
Okay, so it says you're self-employed and you're running for office. That's your employment now?
No. I didn't say I was running for office. I said my employment is I'm currently writing for political candidates.
Okay, so you're self-employed doing what right now?
Well, I just have it as I'm writing for people,
Okay,
but by myself.
thank you.
But you get paid for it.
I get paid for it.
Anything else? Mr. Segridge.
Thank you. And thank you for applying. Could you tell me, do you have any experience with budgeting and finance?
I do.
And to what extent would that be?
I've done budgets for theaters, for numerous theaters. I've done logistics. I've done tour schedules.
And if there was one thing or two things you could change about the city to make it more attractive to businesses, what would that be?
I struggle with that there's absolutely nothing we can do about like the vacant storefronts. I think we can do pop-ups. I think we can do festivals. I see a movie theater and I see a comedy festival. I see a theater festival. I just see so many ideas that we could bring in to get people interested in this area.
Miss, any other
Thank you.
questions? I'm sorry, you done?
No, I said thank you.
Mr. Report, you have a question? Surprising. Okay, great. I wouldn't want to keep you. Before writing for a political, go back. So we're trying to get a picture of people's backgrounds and how, how they make a living and how that would interact with the boards. 10 years ago, where have you been?
Where have I been? Okay. I was living in New York City and I was working as a comedian for a long time. I was living in London. I was living in Scotland. About 8 years ago, my stepfather got sick and I had to take care of my mother. So I began doing that and started moving my creativity into other areas. I began my own business in New York City. I had a dog walking business, a very successful dog walking business. At the minute COVID hit, was kaput.
Gone.
I also just project managed a house on Lakeside Avenue for a family that moved to Thailand. I did all the renovation, did all the I do odd jobs.
Huh?
Always. I'm a gig economy worker when I don't. And I am a hustler and I pick up jobs along the way. I pick up writing work. I do a lot of ghost writings for comedians in LA. I just don't publicize all this stuff because.
Madam Mayor, that's 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. And thank you for.
Thank you guys. Thank you. And thank you for having me.
Sure. Mr. Lipovich. We don't have. Everyone, I'm looking for somebody. I'm not finding.
Hi.
Good evening,
Hi,
Mr.
yeah.
Lipovich.
So I'm the owner of Lilo Street Food and Bar downtown.
Okay. The way we're doing it 2.5 minutes, and then we ask questions.
Okay. My background is I've been Spent most of my career in the supermarket and food industry. I've started as having my own supermarket with my family, to working in and out in different areas of the food business. I've run $400 million businesses. I've run $10 million businesses. I lived in Japan and ran a business. I've been all over the world. I've done a lot of stuff when it comes to running and operating a P&L and an operation. I have had the fortune in that time to do a lot of traveling, see a lot of parts of the world, get an understanding and help other retailers improve their business. For about 15 years, I guess you could say I operated like a consultant with my company, but we performed services for a lot of retailers, but it was a very consultative relationship. So I got plenty of ideas. I got plenty of experience to apply to the city. Right now, we're doing quite pretty well, I guess, for the town. We certainly have a lot of capacity and a lot of opportunity to grow. Not in my restaurant, but as a town. But I know I go as the town goes, and that's my interest in being on the board. So, with that, I'll answer your questions.
Okay, Mr. Segridge, and then Ms. May.
Thank you. And thank you for replying. Have you been involved in any business groups that have been meeting about the city to help the city improve?
Yeah, the CRA has been doing some meetings at our place. It started off as some of the retailers on the street have had certain issues. I can't remember what really stimulated the first meeting, but we've been having meetings with you. And I was involved with Chris Fleming's meeting once with the mayor. They're meeting at my place, so I get to meet everybody and know everybody, and get to hear from the small shops to the big shops. I'm probably the biggest in the room. The rest of them are, Paws is there. The other shops in town. Commissioner Meglia has been there. I'm sorry, I wrote your name.
What?
Yes. To answer your question.
Thank you.
Ms. May?
I just have a logistical question. Will you be able to leave the restaurant and go to the meetings?
Yes, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they're going to be monthly?
Yeah, I don't.
Just making sure.
I traditionally don't work late.
Okay.
I have managers. I have people.
Okay.
And I mean, that's, if I wasn't able to develop my people, I wouldn't be able to handle this.
Very good. Okay. Thank you.
Who's next? Ms. Malega.
My maiden name was Parr.
Okay.
So thank you for applying. Thank you for being an active business downtown. I do know that you're very active. Thank you for keeping up your LBTR, all your inspections. When I tell you I dug into every applicant, I did, because I feel that we have to set the bar and we have to lead by example.
Sure.
And one of the biggest problems we have in the city right now is people not abiding by the rules and regulations. And then
Upsets me tremendously when I find out somebody's bending the rules, because it takes me off my competitive platform.
Correct.
If somebody's allowed to get away with something, then I can't. So I'm at a disadvantage when that happens. So I hear about stuff all the time.
Correct. So that's one of the things that I'm hoping that the Business Advisory Board can help us with, is navigate some of that code stuff that's happening downtown. So I just want to thank you for applying, and thank you for being a good business owner.
Thank you.
Mr. McBoy.
How do you see Lake Worth as similar or different from, say, Delray Beach? And what do you think about that? And what would you do to either diminish the difference or increase the difference?
Well, I think fundamentally, primarily, my concern with Lake Worth Beach is safety, and a feeling of safety, a feeling of people that don't live here coming downtown and not having to be concerned with somebody approaching them or something like that. That's the biggest difference, I'd say, between Delray. Not as much West Palm, I have to tell you. West Palm's pretty rough too. But it's kind of, that's on one street, and the rest of the town, there's a lot of other parts of town. We have basically two thoroughfares, so we have it in our town. Delray, I don't think most young people, affluent or not, go to Delray thinking that there's going to be problems. Okay. We have that reputation. Actual or not, deserved or not, we have that reputation. I actually just got a review 20 minutes ago, and they called us lowlives. Okay. Now it's rude. It's ignorant. The Yelp will take it down because somebody's somebody's hitting me with some stupid reviews last 3 weeks, we have to bow to the stupid stuff, right? But my main motivation is a sense of safety, a sense of cleanliness, a sense of vibrancy will bring people into town. It will bring the businesses into town. And I can promise you, we can do a lot of festivals. I've had a festival in my head. I've been telling people for 10 years and I can't get through everybody. However, it doesn't really matter because it's always going to have some kind of pullback because of that safety feeling in town. I go into work.
Madam Mayor, sorry, that's 5 minutes.
Just finish your sentence.
I go into work every week, every morning. At least twice a week, I get harassed outside of my business from somebody up over all night or on something. I had a guy chased me down on a scooter and went around and blocked me in the street. All right.
Thank you very much.
I could tell you a lot of stories on that.
I know you can. Dylan Lipton.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dylan Lipton. I know most of you, I think. I went to University of Miami, studied business. After that, went into the asset management space where I was working at a hedge fund for a few years, and then made the transition into the family business over at Benny's on the Beach, obviously over by the pier. Been there for going on 8 years. I've been the managing partner for the last 2 years. In the last 2 years, I think we've done a lot in terms of community outreach, and I'd like to continue that initiative. This is based on that as well. I own my own home in Lake Worth and just got married. So looking to start a family here and want to give back to the community however I can.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Ms. Malega?
So again, knowing that we're going to monthly meetings, would you be, and it is at dinner time, which is I know your prime busy time, and I know you have a great staff. Would you be able to make that quorum?
Yeah, absolutely. I have an amazing team surrounding me. I am at the restaurant quite a bit, but I also have many of you know Angie Gutierrez, our director of operations, who's absolutely phenomenal. I can leave for extended periods of time and can certainly carve out a Tuesday afternoon.
Okay, and again, thank you for having all of your LBTR and your Sunbiz up to date and active. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. May.
I just have a question, and I don't know if we have a policy, but I just want to bring up, I mean, you are a tenant of the city, and I wonder if you consider that a conflict of interest.
I don't know that it is or isn't. That would be up to you guys to decide.
But how do you see it?
I don't believe so. I'd love to be able to give input to be able to say that none of the business owners at the beach should have representation because we are tenants. I think, would potentially harm the city's ability to get that perspective. That said, if there was any conversation surrounding the beach, I would gladly recuse myself and understand what that conflict of interest means.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McBoy.
What would be your vision as a member of the Business Advisory Board for the Lake and Lucerne Avenue downtown, both east and west of Dixie Highland?
Yeah, that's a great question. I've had the opportunity to talk to a couple of the business owners downtown, and I'd like to hear more. I think generally speaking, what the city has told us in elections and otherwise is that we don't want to be Delray or West Palm. We want to have our own character. We want to have our own identity. I'm a big believer in the Keep Lake Worth Weird initiative. And I think in general, I'd love to be able to facilitate and help businesses in any capacity that I can. But that said, in terms of an overall vision, I'd like to just, make myself available and let the people decide that and help out and contribute to whatever is asked.
Thank you, Mr. Segridge.
Thank you. Thank you for applying. It seems like whenever you look on the internet and stories come out about Lake Worth Beach, Benny's pops up a lot. And so you guys bring a lot of great exposure to our town and our city. If you were on the Business Advisory Board, would you think you would be able to help bring that kind of exposure to more of the businesses or help mentor some of the businesses to understand how they can gain that exposure for themselves?
Yeah, I would love the opportunity to. We've done a lot with our marketing platform, and especially in the last few years. And we have a really great opportunity to be able to reach a lot of our customers and people in the community. And I think, one, I'd love to help advise in that capacity, but two, like I said, we have our own platform that we can help drive people to the downtown areas as well. And anything that I could do to help the community as a member of the community, as somebody looking to raise a family here, I'd love to be able to do so.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. If ever, what we keep saying is thank you, everyone, for applying. Shane Logan. And what we're doing, Shane, is about you talking about 2.5 minutes, then we ask some questions.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you. Take it away.
Hey, how are you? Hi. I'm Shane Logan. I'm the owner of the Dancing Elephant right over here.
Could you speak up into the mic?
Sorry, I'm Shane Logan.
Speak it up.
A little tall, yeah. I'm Shane Logan. I'm the owner of the Dancing Elephant at 801 Lake Avenue. Been there for 4 years. I have a degree in business management. I kind of like Dylan was in asset management, actually. Pivoted into books and retail. It is a family business, but I'm the majority owner of it. I absolutely love Lake Worth. Super passionate about it. Very friendly with a lot of the downtown business owners. Can't say I know too many business owners, maybe in like West Lake Worth or something like that, but I definitely feel that my store and myself represent downtown. We're one of the more prominent retail businesses downtown. Part of my vision, I guess, actually, we see more retail downtown. We have a lot of restaurants, a lot of bars. Retail to me is something to do. You know, you go out and eat, but then you kind of want to hang around. We want people hanging around. And yeah, I would love to be a part of the business advisory board.
What do you see as your brother? You run it with your brother?
Yeah, my older brother is a minority stakeholder.
Right.
Yep. Yes.
Well, when I was in there,
Yeah.
I asked him, what do you see as the biggest challenge? And
Sure.
it was street, just crime and.
Definitely. Yeah. Having our door open and being a retail location, especially it being a bookstore, it is kind of a quiet environment. Things are clean and nice. And so, yes, we definitely have issues with homeless people and crime and things like that. It's gotten better over the years, definitely to the city's credit. Without a doubt, I can say that. I've spoken with Mimi a few times and she's helped us on very specific issues. It's something that we deal with. I don't think it's out of hand. I wouldn't come up here and whine about it or something.
Thank you.
But definitely, yeah, it's an issue.
Okay. Mr. McCoy.
Thank
We're
you.
really short on time. So
Okay.
Thank you for applying. Lake Worth needs a bookstore.
Sure.
And we used to have some interesting coffee shops that were kind of in that direction. So I appreciate what you're doing with the business there. Do you have any thoughts on how you would encourage more retail? As you point out, we have a lot of restaurants, a lot of bars.
Yeah. As far as my ideas, if I were on the business advisory board, I would like to be there to talk with potential leasers. If someone's coming to a landlord, hopefully they could be forwarded to the business advisory board for advice, to talk, say, what is it like to have a business here? What is leasing here like? I would love to give people advice. Obviously that's what I breathe. That's what I live and do every single day. I know all about expenses and all that sort of stuff.
Do you mind me asking, do you own the building or do you rent the building?
I rent the building. Yep.
So, thank you. Ms. Milligan?
Hi, thank you again for applying. We met a couple weeks ago when
Yes.
I stopped in. I was passing out stuff for the CRA and I mentioned the business advisory board.
Mhm.
I put my application.
Yeah, I couldn't wait.
Where do you live?
I live in West Palm Beach. Yeah, I'm right over the border.
Because for the address, you like your business address.
Yes.
And did you attend college?
I went to Purdue University.
Okay, so you didn't put
Yep.
that in there either. So
In
thank you.
Indiana. Okay.
Thank you again for applying and thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Strong wood one. But thank you for applying and thank you for being.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank you.
it. Thank you so much. Marco Matola. Hi.
Hello. Hi.
Good evening. This is awful because I hate you. I want everybody to be on the. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Marco. I live in Lake Worth. I own a business. I work from my home. All of our employees are remote. We have a digital ad agency. So we're doing like Google campaigns, meta campaigns and things like that. I've lived here since probably 17. I own my home. I have 2 little kids, and my birthday's on Thursday. I'm turning 40, so I thought maybe it's time to do something in my community. Time to be an adult. Yeah, so I'm definitely interested in the direction of the city, like you guys are talking about. It was really interesting to me. How do we get more people to rent some of the retail space and stuff like that? So coming up with ideas and things like that are something that I do a lot of in ad campaigns for businesses, and yeah, just thought I'd throw my hat in the ring.
Ms. Malega.
Thank you. Thank you for applying. And I love that you live in Lake Cove or on the north end.
Yeah.
So that's awesome to see some representation from up north on the northern side. I do have a question. Your son biz is under one business. And here we go.
Good for you. No.
And your home address does not have an active business and it's under a different name.
Things my son biz under my PO box.
Your son biz is under Savant Digital.
Oh, that's my other business. I have 2 businesses.
And that's all that came up under your name and address. And then there's a Trigger Digital.
Yep. Yeah.
So that one doesn't have an active LBTR. So again, you've heard me probably, I don't know how long I've been sitting here, but I am preaching that for every business in our city, that's one of the things that we're having a problem with, is that people are coming in and you have some business owners who are making sure that they're on the up and up and other businesses aren't. So part of being on the business advisory board is to help us navigate those waters, right? So we have to learn by example. Would you be able to attend all the meetings? Because they are monthly now, not every other month.
Yeah, I make my own schedule, and I'll have to look. I know I just did Sunbiz for one of them.
No, make sure the city one's up to date.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry.
Right. Mr. Segridge.
Thank you, and thank you for replying. With your digital business, do you focus on any one particular vertical, or are you spread out all over the place?
We position ourselves as like a lead gen or conversion generation type agency. So we're looking to work with business owners that want a measurable action to happen. Usually that's like a sale on their website, a phone call, a lead, service businesses, things like that. We're really heavy into e-commerce. So yeah, anything that somebody wants something to happen, we try to steer away from awareness campaigns or branding and stuff like that, and really focus on like, hey, you spent X and this is what happened for it.
And what's a typical size advertising budget that you guys are working with?
Probably, I mean, we have at any time probably like 40 to 50 clients. I'd say probably average is like 5,000 to 8,000 a month, somewhere in there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you for applying. Yeah. Deepan Patel. Yes. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Deepan. We've owned a gas station downtown for 36 years, as long as I've been alive. So I've seen the up and downs in Lake Worth, Orion, right downtown, Federal and Lake Avenue. So we've been there for 36 years. So I've seen the up and downs in Lake Worth. I grew up in the store as my parents were running it. Other stuff, I've been in Dallas for 2 years, opened up 6 U-break iFixes that were bought out by corporate again.
Oh.
And then moved back here running the business. I have another business on the west side that's beverage distribution through Budweiser. So we import products and then they distribute it throughout the state. Yeah, that's for me. And then as you could tell, a lot of people said it, in the city, there's the crime, not the crime, but people don't want to come in because they see stuff going on. I normally kick out 2 people off the property every morning.
No, you have quite.
Yeah, we see all the different types of people. We see the high end, the low. We see the Rolls Royces and the people sleeping outside. So we got a diverse situation. We see a lot of the business owners that come through the store. So we talk all the time about what's going on with their businesses, what's going on with our business. How can we help each other?
What would you bring to the board?
Experience from the city, from being in the downtown for so long. So like I said, I've seen the ups and downs. I've been a treasurer for Palm Beach India Association, did the P&Ls, which is a couple $100,000 back and forth. So.
Okay. Ms. Malega has a question.
Yes, everything that you have is on the up and up. He has no code violations either. I want to thank you for applying.
Thank
It's
you.
nice to see diversity. I will say the one thing about these applicants is we're seeing some diversity this time, so I'm very excited. As the liaison, would you be able to
Yes.
meet every month?
Yep.
Okay. And my other question for you was oh, I just lost it. Oh, have you ever attended a business advisory board or a city commission meeting or a CRA?
I have not, but I've read all the minutes since 2023 for
God
this.
bless you. If you watch it on YouTube with wine, it's much better.
I stopped drinking 3 years ago, but
God bless you.
This can drive you to.
oh yeah, that's what I was told.
Just kidding.
As long as it helps the other businesses around, I don't mind it.
Exactly. Mr. McBoy.
Yeah, thank you for applying. Thank you for 36 years of -2 experience here in Lake Worth. That's a lot of dedication to the place. Do you see any specific ways of dealing with the high vacancy? Do you have any ideas?
One of the ladies said pop-ups. That's until we get something going on or somebody comes in, we could at least have something going on in the city where the storefronts are filled. Another thing is, just left my mind. We have to work with landlords because the rents are going ridiculously. That's why one of the other things is they're staying empty. One more thing that I would think is daytime traffic we have to come up with. That's one of the biggest issues with all the businesses downtown is daytime traffic. We get the night traffic, but we don't get the daytime traffic. That will help other businesses throughout state. And we're always thinking about bringing new business in, but we have to keep the businesses that are here too.
Absolutely. Mr. Segrich.
Thank you. And thank you for applying. What do you see as, for the small businesses in Lake Worth? What do you think their greatest challenge is with the city itself?
Permitting and code enforcement. That's honest opinion. That's one of the biggest challenges that they go through.
And what do you see as the primary role of the advisory board?
To help other businesses stay intact, grow, and hear their sides of the story. You don't always hear everybody. Not everybody's open to talk about everything. You want to be able to hear their side and then come up with a plan to execute to help them grow and help the city grow.
Great. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Mr. Thank you for applying. Really, this is quite a list of applicants. Jacqueline Fillon. Yeah. Good evening.
Hello.
Go ahead. Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
You speak for a couple minutes, like 2.5 minutes. Just tell us about yourself and why you're interested and what you think you could bring, and then we ask you questions.
Okay. So I'm a business owner in town. I don't own property here in town. I own property out closer to Green Acres. I've been in the area for about 4 years. I was very active with the Lantana Chamber. I was a secretary for 4 years. I was active with membership. And one of the reasons that this interested me is I've talked to a lot of the business owners in town. There's a lot of confusion about, what's available to them as far as, some of them don't think there is a chamber, even though there is a chamber and they could be a part of it. And I was just very interested in, branching out, being involved in downtown. I do a lot of business downtown, do a lot of business for the city of Lake Worth. Like to get involved more in Lantana. I'd like to get involved more in Lake Worth now that I'm living here. When I was looking to relocate, this was my number one place I wanted to go. So, because I love it here.
Smart lady.
Yeah.
Do you have a brick and mortar?
I do not.
You operate out of your home?
Yes.
Ms. Malega.
Thank you. And thank you for applying. And then homes on South Gulfview, that's where you're residing?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. So were you aware that you had to have a home business license to work out of your home in the city of Lake Worth Beach?
That's not my technical home. That's just a rental.
But you're working out of there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the problems that we're trying to do, and I've recited this over and over again, is making sure that our businesses are licensed through the city as well as through Sunbiz. I did see that your license on Sunbiz, but you do have to be required to have a license to work out of your home. And you do have to be able to meet the meetings once a month, not semi-monthly like it used to be. Would that be a problem for you?
The meetings, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Mr. Segridge?
Thank you. And thank you for applying. What's the nature of the business you run?
I sell promotional items. So I do like all the swag for, for the great taste. I do some signage, the ref race. I'm doing all the swag for that.
And do you have experience with larger budgets or business contracts?
Yeah, I'm actually in the process of growing. And I didn't think that was going to be possible at this stage of my business. I've been in business for over 30 years. And I thought when I moved to Florida, it was going to slow down, but it's actually, I kept all my other customers and I'm picking up speed down here. So I do a lot of government work. I do a lot with the school district. I have some very big ticket customers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Logan Schreier.
Hello.
Good evening. Go ahead and talk.
Same
Then.
procedure.
Same thing, right?
Gotcha.
We're very fair.
Cool.
Even-handed.
My name is Logan. Grew up in South Florida. Grew up in Jupiter, Boca Raton. Live in Lake Worth now for about 5 years. I grew up playing ice hockey at the skate zone. So I've been in Lake Worth pretty much my whole life. I live in College Park currently, and the reason why I applied for this position is because I want to grow the downtown area. I walk by there frequently, and I just feel it's business after business that closes down there. I think if you look at some of the other municipalities, I think there's some things we can take notes from, some things we shouldn't. A big thing is parking. Don't think there's a lot of parking in our downtown area, and I think that'd be a huge help.
And currently, what are you doing to work right now?
I'm a CPA.
Employed, but do you private?
I do. Currently I work for a family office. The main business is we do hotels, golf courses, a lot of development. And then on the side, I also do, I do taxes, for my family.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Malega? Oh, I don't know who was first.
Mr. McVoy was
Mr. McVoy.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe your application said you managed the President POTUS's finances. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. How's he doing?
He's making a lot of money, but we're making sure he's paying tax on every dollar he makes.
Uh-huh. And you mentioned you were concerned about businesses downtown or lack of business downtown. What is your plan for how to change that?
I think our businesses downtown, I think we need more diversity within our businesses. I think there is a lot of businesses that are in downtown that possibly there would be other businesses that would belong there probably better. And we're talking about smoke shops, we're talking about realtor offices. Those could be easily be replaced with coffee shops, local restaurants, places where you go at nighttime and there'd be a reason to go to. I don't think anyone needs to go to a realtor store at 8 p.m. at night.
I hear you, but if the landlords are private landlords, how are you going to choose what business goes in there?
If they're private landlords, then I could not make that decision.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Malega?
Thank you. Have you ever owned a business before?
No.
Have you ever been a CEO, CFO, or managed staff and had to negotiate leases and deal with what a lot of our small business owners have to?
Yes, I currently
As a CPA, that's a little bit different, but.
In my current role, yes, I also do that.
So you have staff under you?
I have 3 people working under me.
Okay, thank you.
Do you work from home or from an office?
We have an office.
Yeah, okay. Ms. May?
Hi, thank you, Logan. I just wanted to know, have you been following any of the commission meetings or anything? Because we have a large parking garage coming on.
Yeah, really?
Have you heard of that?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I have not.
Okay. Well, yep. Watch the next meeting. You
Okay.
might be very.
Where is that parking?
Not today, June 2nd, you can come back and you can learn all about the new parking garage.
Okay. How many?
How
All right,
many?
we're not going to get into,
Just
we're
one.
not going to get into.
Just, okay.
Yep. Okay.
It's all over the website. Mr. Segridge.
As a CPA working for such large firms and holdings, do you do any audit work or forensic
Ma'am,
accounting?
could we,
When I first became a CPA, when you go to school in accounting, they pitch you have to do tax or accounting or tax or audit. The first role that I ever had as a career, it was tax. And I just felt like I didn't have enough experience, so I wanted to try audit. So I worked at Ernst & Young for 2 years in audit. Realized that was not something I enjoyed. I enjoyed tax, a lot more. So I transitioned back to tax.
do you like the tax better?
I do. Not paying tax, but
You're speaking to a math phobic here right now. Okay, Miss May. Oh, you're done. Okay. Thank you very much for applying. I
Thank you.
appreciate it. Christine Velez.
Hello.
Good evening. Thank you for your patience.
Sure. So just to give you some background, I moved to Lake Worth from Chicago in 1999. So I've been here for quite a while. I have a business degree from DePaul University and a minor marketing degree. I started in real estate. I'm a real estate broker. I started in real estate in 1995, moved here and have been in downtown area. In 2012, I decided to open up my own real estate office because my boss told me he was going to start charging me to work at his office. I quickly calculated the numbers and realized I could do better. So I did. I opened my office in 2012 in Boynton. Then I bought a space in Lantana at the Moorings. And then I sold that space and I kind of downsized here. When you tell me about the records, you'll see that I'm there as a home office. And now I am opening up a retail space at Deco Green as soon as all the permitting and licensing goes into effect. I am an entrepreneur through and through. Every time I go downtown, I'm happy because I like to see the businesses that I like to frequent, but kind of sad in a way because of the ones that are not open, the ones that come and go. I've often thought that maybe they should have had maybe a better lease agreement with the landlord. And there are opportunities within the leases that you can do that they're probably not doing right now, but old school things that I learned back in business school that I think can come back and help with the people who are trying to gain leases here in the community. My children have all grown up here. I have 3 kids. They've all gone to 4th grade. And so I've been here for quite a while. I still love the city of Lake Worth. I live in Sunset Ridge. I was actually one of the founding members with Sam Green. I don't know how many people remember her, and Chris Earhart. I was the secretary. And so at this point, my kids are all grown. They're living their lives, and I'm ready to kind of get into helping make this a better city. But it is a great city to begin with.
Yes, everything is up to date, 100% accurate. I do have a question in regards to, I said something a couple weeks ago and I had some realtors who I know say, hey, you were a little harsh when we were talking about code and things with real estate agents. And I had made a statement that said the real estate agents who come into our city, and I was very clear, need to know the rules and the regulations for code and planning and zoning for the people who are signing leases.
Mm-hmm.
And this is something that I think that the Business Advisory Board can help on.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that that's a fair statement, that if there's somebody coming into our city that they should be able to help our businesses? Because I feel that a lot of businesses are taken advantage of.
Yeah, I agree. And that's why I'm here, because I'm a very fair person and I don't think about the dollars. I think about helping, and then the dollars come. So, and that's how I run my real estate business. I'm the broker. I have 15 agents that work under me, and all of them have come to me over the years asking me to work. I don't recruit because they know how I do business, and that goes along with all my agents. So it's important for whoever comes to us to ask us for help, if we're on the board, that we kind of guide them through and don't lie or keep any information out. To the point, can I just say this too? When I'm selling property in general, and I know I've done commercial leases, I've worked a commercial lease for myself, I am thinking about the person. I'm not thinking about my paycheck. So even if I say something that I know is going to affect the transaction in a negative way for me, I will still say it because it's important to me.
Thank you,
Mr. Segridge.
And thank you for applying.
Sure.
we've heard a lot about the downtown and some about the beach and so on. But I think one of the areas that gets ignored is the Dixie Highway corridor.
Mhm.
Seeing as you're coming in and chosen that particular area of our city for where your business is going, what are some of your thoughts on how we can help the Dixie Highway corridor succeed?
The parking. There's a lot of businesses there that don't have parking, and that's why a lot of those units are vacant because people have no way of parking there. I know they opened a parking lot several years ago, I think off of 6th Avenue North and Dixie around 7th. And that's probably helpful to the people around. But what about the north end? It would be nice to have parking lots. There's a lot of vacant lots there. And I would love to find someone willing maybe to put a vacant lot there. And we would have to look at what the lease would be for the land, not necessarily buy it, but lease it. Or even maybe put together a bunch of business owners who are willing to pay part of that land lease that are affected by that so that they can have a place for their customers to park.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Boyd.
You mentioned that you particularly chose Lake Worth and like Lake Worth. What would you see doing on the business board to enhance those things that you like about it and make it different? Because you obviously want to see a change also.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me a little bit about that.
I think that what we need to do is, as many people have mentioned, give it a better reputation. And I believe that that's part of marketing the city, maybe having a little bit, maybe some safety patrols, maybe talking to the community, seeing if they're willing to do the COPD program before, where people would kind of ride around in a sheriff's office. Maybe if people saw that, they would feel more comfortable in coming in and being entertained here, because we have a great downtown. Dixie Highway, I would love to, once I get in there, I'm going to just try to push that area as well.
Madam Mayor, that's 5 minutes.
That's 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
right,
Thank
thank
you for
you.
applying.
Thank you.
That concludes the Business Advisory Board interviews. And again, thank you everyone for applying. It's very heartening to see this. Now we have a few PB&Z interviews. And for the folks that are here for the 6 o'clock meeting, thank you for your patience. Oh, thank you. So for the Planning Zoning Board, first up is Mr. Feldkamp. Oh, really? Good for us. Yeah. Good. Then we can take a break in the middle. Because it doesn't say here, it says 6. Good evening. What we're doing is, hello, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good evening.
Let's read this. This says 6 o'clock. We're just muttering amongst ourselves. 2.5 minutes to 2.5 minutes to speak, and then we ask questions.
All right. I think you have my resume.
We have
pretty much.
everything.
And that's about it.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've been
Well,
doing.
why do you want to be on another? You were on a board for a while. Why do you want to come back?
I want to come back. I still feel like I have some things to give to the
Into
city.
the mic.
I still think I have
Pick it
some
up.
things to give to the city.
Like what?
Well, 50 years worth of planning and zoning for projects, building codes, zoning codes, life safety codes. I've done it all. I enjoy the Historic Preservation Board, and now I'd like to get a little bit more into the city planning.
Okay. So we'll just start asking questions. Do you know that it's every, yeah, this is stealing Ms. Morega's question. The meetings are, every month, you know that. This is a different board. Never mind. Yeah, once a month.
Yes.
Okay.
And with that, I have to say that there's you need to know, and some of you who know me know that we travel a lot. So I fear that I may be out 1 or 2 sessions a year.
You forget the rules. It's 3. You have
3 and you're out.
3 in a year, you're out.
Yeah. But
And also, I mean, 3, that's a lot. That would make, quorums and that sort of thing. So you might bear that in mind.
Yeah.
Make it 3 that are around the holidays and you'll be fine.
Now, the good part is that the meetings are at the first Wednesday of the month, I think.
Yeah.
And we're usually in town pulling in rents, paying bills and so on. So there's a good chance we will be in town for most all of the meetings.
We're killing us. Okay, we'll bear that in mind. Mr. McBoy?
Obviously, you bring a lot of expertise to this. You can deal with plans, you can deal with reviews, you can deal with quasi-judicial situations, regulations, all that stuff. Do you see any potential for P&Z to provide some guidance and vision as far as where we go as a city, or to help the commission do a certain amount of that? Is that something that is of interest to you?
A big interest to me, and I see there's a big role for P&Z to help the staff in formulating changes, improvements to the codes, and encouraging some good development.
And you presumably, in terms of the technical details of adjustments to code to help move us toward whatever vision you have, the technical.
Yes, I think so. I mean, the LDRs and the conditional use permits and
all those levels of government.
Yes,
that keep us from doing the things we really would do half the time. Okay. Anything else you want to tell us?
I think that's about it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I think with a few of us have
Hey,
seen.
coming back and reapplying, because a lot of people are like, yeah, I did that once, am I doing it again? So thank you.
Yeah. And I saw a lot of the meetings, the HRPV with Mr. Feldkamp, and he was very effective. Autumn Home. Autumn Home. What? She's not here. She's at home. Jackson Stahl.
He texted and said he had an emergency and he was on his way, but he thinks he's going to be 30 minutes.
Okay. Lisa Van Horn.
Hello.
Good evening.
My
You've
name
been
is
here long enough to know what the drill is.
yeah. And I started my timer. My name is Lisa Amara. My married name is Van Horn. I am a 36-year resident of the beautiful town of Lake Worth. Where's my notes? I bought my house 32 years ago in Eden Place. I am still there. I will not live anywhere else other than that home in this town in Lake Worth. While I live in the state of Florida, I am originally from Connecticut. May go back one day. For the past 31 years, I've worked for Palm Beach County's Planning, Zoning, and Building Department. For the past 6 months, I've been the Agricultural Development Coordinator, which is a really fun position, working out of Mounts Botanical Garden, I have to say. All of my adult life is part of this town. I have been here and seen a lot of changes, a lot for the better. As part of my job, so personal involvement, I was on the tree board like 30 years ago. I was on the stakeholder committee about 20 years ago until baby number 3. On that stakeholder committee was Jeff Clemens, Wes Blackman, I think Retha Lowe. It was a really cool time. As a county employee in the PZB, I've done everything from comprehensive planning to neighborhood planning, transportation plans, population projections, drafted ordinances, resolutions, handled appeals. Unfortunately, they're not fun. Worked on special studies. I drafted the Lake Worth Park of Commerce plan, which was pretty successfully implemented now that most of it is annexed. Big proponent of annexation around that area. Annexation, site plans, variances, code compliance. And up until this new position and having 4 children and very, very active animal care and control, kitten foster, and trapper, I have not had time to serve on another commission with another advisory board with the city. But moving to this other position at the garden, I have more time. So this is why I applied. And I'm also a season ticket holder at the Lake Worth Place, which is like my favorite place. So here I am, and my alarm says I'm done.
Oh, good for you. I have 3 little baby kittens we just nabbed, waiting to get them to the foster. They're so cute. Miss Malia, I think you were first. My husband actually grabbed.
Thank you for applying. Thank you for being a lifetime Lakewood Beach resident and lover. What does that mean when it says that you're moving to a cooperative extension? Like, can you walk? I don't know what that means.
Okay, the Cooperative Extension Department of the county it's a department of Palm Beach County, and they provide information for residents about horticulture, landscaping, agriculture, and they operate out of the Mounts Botanical Garden.
Anybody in the county?
Yeah, anybody countywide. You have a strange bug in your plant, and you could just walk right in Monday through Friday.
No, I'm just kidding. Thank you for applying. I appreciate you.
Mr. McVoy.
Thank you for your work in the county. Hopefully working over at Mounts, you can have a little influence on the Ag Reserve. But,
well, we're doing a tour with Commissioner Sachs, actually on the 3rd of the Ag Reserve.
Good. Obviously, you would be more than qualified for anything that the P&Z meeting would throw at you, it would seem like. And like Mr. Feldkamp, you would probably be in a position to actually help rewrite code, make adjustments to code if it seems, and you're going to bring a larger perspective from the county level, as well as perspective of longtime residents. So that seems pretty good. Do you see, I guess, a similar question to what I asked Mr. Feldkamp, do you see a potential for, in addition to being reactive, that, weighing in on whatever comes before P&Z, do you see any potential to help us figure out what our visions are for especially the downtown, and maybe help make our code match those visions and aspirations? Is that a potential role, formally or informally, that you see any room for?
Yes, absolutely. One area, I know this is probably recorded and I'm going to diss them, but one area is where we can save money is by not hiring Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council to do another charrette. I think there's a lot of resources and talent that you have in-house. If you want feedback from staff, you can host your own kind of visionings, tap into the neighborhood groups, Eden Place, College Park, tap into the local resources that we have without going out to consultant. That's one thing that makes me cringe that this commission does, is spend a lot of money on consultants when, if we can do things cheaper and more cost effective, I think we should do them. And I think there's enough planners in this town. I mean, there are, like, Wes Blackman lives here, Frank Palin lives here, Bob Basart, bless his heart, lived here. Planners gravitate towards Lake Worth because we are this little town. It's so cute.
Madam Mayor, that's 5 minutes.
Thank you. A little rough around the edges, perhaps, but very cute. Cute. Ms. May.
No, I'm good, because I was going to ask the same thing Chris just did.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Well, Ms. Levitas and Mr. Mottola, I mean, you applying. Would you like another shot at interviewing for this? Okay. And Mr. Mottola? He is, okay. So that's it. That concludes. Who gave a question? Well, I was wondering, where is he? Does he think he could get here at some point? Oh, I mean, I think we could get the meetings. We're going to take a comfort break. And then when he comes, I think we could accommodate. It's an emergency. And does anyone have a problem with accommodating him? Not at all, Mr. Boy? Yeah, really. Okay, so we're going to take a comfort break. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, everyone, for applying. And we'll be talking about this on Thursday. And see you.
Thursday's meeting at 5?
I think so.
Or 6, do we know? Shayla, what time is Thursday's meeting?
It's at 6.
6, okay. So
Yes,
we're
it
gonna
wasn't scheduled at 5. Sorry.
What?
It wasn't scheduled at 5. It was just a financial update. So it was originally scheduled at 6. We did not change the time.
Oh, okay.
So are we going to do the appointments of the boards first?
Yes. So
Okay.
the appointments of the boards is the first item on the agenda, and then the financial updates will follow.
Okay, I just wanted people to know when to come back.
Exactly.
So
If they want to.
6 o'clock Thursday, you're not scared.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, we're going to take a quick break.
I don't know.
We're going to take a quick break. Oh, I hear something. Come in. Chris, where are you?
Get cold in here. There's Jackman.
You made it.
Actually, you were the last interview, but it would have started right now. Oh, so you're actually not.
Madam Mayor, it is 6:36 and we have reconvened.
Okay, good evening. What we're going to do, Madam Clerk, we do have Mr. Stahl. He was held up by an emergency. So we're going to just, I guess, finish out the 5 o'clock meeting. I don't know how you want to do that on the record.
It's because it's a special meeting, we can do a motion to adjourn that one and then just go into the regular meeting at 6.
Oh, so just keep going and then adjourn this one. All right. Okay, Mr. Stahl, you're up. What we've been doing is 2.5 minutes of you speak, and then we ask any questions that we might have.
Right.
Okay, and the clerk, listen, we all have emergencies, and the clerk is keeping time.
Good. All right. All right. So planning and zoning, super important for, the future of what the city looks like. I happen to have a lot of experience, just had the pipe explode in our building. And that was a very long afternoon for me, so I apologize. But what's interesting about planning and zoning is a lot of stuff is thrown at you. There's obviously the advisory capacity of understanding the comprehensive plan for the city moving forward, keeping that in mind, while also understanding the judicial aspect of ordinances and understanding how all of that comes together. I would say for my approach, I'm definitely a community forward approach. So there's a private aspect to it, which I think as someone who has a home here, people want to get stuff done. And I think it's very important to keep that private relationship and understanding, as well as holding, the small business aspect and understanding what people are trying to do in the city. But there's obviously there's an importance to stay on task with planning and zoning. And I think it could use a little refresh on kind of the approach to it. I think sticking to what the general outlook of the city should be is obviously important, but it needs to be an area where we can view what comes to us, understand the documents, and make sound decisions on what, various small businesses are trying to accomplish, what zoning changes are maybe trying to be accomplished. And I think residents really need some help and some clarity from numerous boards. But I think it's, staying resident positive and keeping the ball moving forward is super important. So I think, I got a lot of years of experience with building, and today was one of those examples. Pipe burst on the second floor. Fire department came. I could not leave until I had another man on deck. Turns out that our neighbors to our left had some illegal plumbing that caused our issue in our building.
Madam Mayor, that's time.
Okay.
So what better way to walk in here?
Congratulations, Mr. Sigrid.
Thank you. And thank you for coming and getting here safe. About how many site plans or builds of new construction and so on would you say you've been involved in throughout your career?
Am I still on? Site plans, thousands.
Okay.
I mean, they come in iterations. As to ones that go through, you're hoping for a handful of them a year.
And would you say your knowledge of planning and zoning is coming primarily as a builder and as homeowner?
I come from a family, a lot of builders in my family. So that was our family business for many, many, many years. So yeah, we have a good grip on, particularly building in cities that are developing, and
where?
Chapel Hill. So it used to be a very small, quaint town, and Raleigh, Durham started to boom, and we had to figure out what neighborhoods look like there. And that was a serious task.
And, you know, and a big change. I mean, it's hard when you step into somewhere that was very much the country for, you know, and farming for, you know, generations. And then all of a sudden you're like, well, we're going to tastefully try to, you know, we need more space for more community members. So building that out is tough. And then planning with the city to just get sewer, get water, get power loaded up. I mean, it's a task, and it takes, you know, it takes some experience to understand that, and it takes experience to get it done well. And, you know, you try to make everybody happy. I know
I
that's
want to cut you off because you have
impossible,
a couple more
but
questions. Miss, whoever was first, Mr. McBoy. Yeah, let's keep
I
on.
just have a quick question.
Sure.
How long have you lived here in Newport Beach?
I've been here since, well, my son turns 5 this weekend. So almost 5 years we've been living here, homeowner for 3.
Okay. And you've been in Florida for how long?
On and off for a long time. Official resident, homesteaded 3 years, and then official resident 5 years.
Okay. Question, you have self-employed. Do you work for a commercial? Because it says commercial real estate. And then it's,
We own commercial real estate. We develop and build and own.
and is that located here in Lake Worth Beach? Your offices as well?
Our offices are Palm Springs, and then we run our home office right on Lakeside Drive.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Madam Mayor, that's 5 minutes.
Okay. That was.
I can give you a quick yes or no if you
talk
want.
Too much. Mr. McCoy, really, we're going to extend for like 30 seconds. I have one more. I have a question as well. Just really, do you have to have a question? Thank you. I very much appreciate that, Mr. McBoy. You're a commercial realtor,
No, not a realtor. No, ma'am.
builder.
Yeah, developer
You got-
and owner, landlord.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
My mistake. I stand corrected. We have, you know, there's a tension in the city between development and keeping our charm.
Correct.
And what, if any, you know, so you look at a developer and, you know, there's sometimes it's you know, perception sometimes for everything. And sometimes, you know, developers in this town have been looked at with a side eye. So
understandable.
Okay. So how would you balance that? How do you, or I guess the better question is, what, if any, effect would your business have on the decisions that you make with regards to other people in the city?
All right. So obviously conflicts of interest do exist. You have to come out ex parte.
Do you own any property in the city other than?
I do not, and I don't plan on developing in this city.
Mhm.
I plan on living here and raising my children here. So when I say I have a community first approach, I'm talking about my community too. I understand the contentious battle of no development. Oh, let's develop everything. I think both of those options are in tough taste. There needs to be, the planning and zoning is purely built on a comprehensive plan to how the city would like to see itself. The main goal is to follow those guiding documents while understanding city ordinance and judicial review of the ordinances and laws that you abide by. So it's really important to understand those two concepts, because people can come in and they could be overzealous, and those need to be handled appropriately, because the city obviously has charm. We don't need sky rises. I get that completely. But at the same time, you do want to follow those ordinances in line with your plan for the city, which is built by you guys. Because if you don't follow those things, you actually get in pretty hot water on the zoning and planning board.
And now I'm going to have to cut you off.
You're fine.
We went over 5. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
for
no
applying.
problem. Thank you. And I apologize for running a little late.
Transition.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. Do I have a second?
Second.
By Mr. McBoy. All in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. All right. We've been busy.
I'm sorry.
Mr. McBoy. It was a close second. Yeah, really. Charging outrageous. Let me know, ma'am, when we're ready.
Madam Mayor, it is 6:45 and we are still live.
Thank you. We're still live. Thank goodness. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Lake Worth Regular City Commission of Tuesday, May 26, 2026 at 6 o'clock. Can I have the roll call, please?
Mayor Betty Rush,
Here.
Vice Mayor Mimi May is present, but absent at the moment. Commissioner Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner Christopher McVoy,
Here.
Commissioner Anthony Segrich.
Present.
Everybody's here. Thank you very much. The invocation or moment of silence will be led by Mimi Min. I United States of America. One nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Are there any issues on the order?
Your mic is not on, Madam Mayor, but I have no additions, deletions, or reordering.
Now it is. We have no additions. Anyone? Okay, great. Thank you very much. Utility updates. Mr. Ed Liberty will update us on our wonderful electric utility.
Good evening. Good evening. For the record, Ed Liberty, Electric Utility Director, another wonderful evening after a wonderful month. Here we go.
Pretty funny. There was a thing in somewhere on Facebook or something that there was an outage today and that FPNL was working on it.
We did see that, yeah.
Yeah, it's an FPNL. Yeah, very high level of report.
Yeah, that was a misfit, but the outage was real, and we'll talk about that a little later. It was unfortunate. It reminded us of the old days, which was
it was kind of
not
it's
that long
blinking.
ago.
It was very old school.
Yes. So go over some high level summaries. We'll lead in and start with how we're doing on goals. Kilowatt hours for the month of April were up by 3.6%. So we had 3.6% more energy delivered than we expected from the prior year. Degree days, though, were up 5%. So it follows that the degree days were up 5%. Kilowatt hours were up. That's on a year to date basis. For the month, though, we were actually down 2%. So year to date, we keep going up. For the month of April, we were down by about 2%. So, and that followed degree days as well. Degree days came down by 3.6% for the month. I know it's a lot of math, but electric sales went down. Customer counts continue to grow. We're growing at 0.9%. I always say we budget around 0.75%, and we're seeing customer growth continues to happen slightly ahead of what we budget for. Our peak for April went up slightly by 1.3% compared to the prior year. I maintain that we have some latent growth out there, and we all see these apartment buildings going up, and there are more and more customers moving into them. And as we get into summer and they're more fully occupied, or I think they're barely occupied now, but as they rent them out and fill them up, as soon as the heat comes on, summer heat, not the electric heat, as soon as the heat comes on in the summer, we'll start to see more load growth, and we may see some records set. So we'll see that prediction comes true. Coal, we talk about this every month. We finally completely closed the coal unit. Stanton 1, for our purposes, for FMPA's purposes, Stanton 1 is now a retired unit. The city of Orlando Utilities Commission, which is the owner, the Utilities Commission, is keeping it in reserve for their own purposes. But in terms of FMPA's obligations on that unit and our obligations on that unit, we are done. We no longer will receive any energy from that unit. So that's a good milestone for us. That took a little bit longer than expected because we had to finalize contract negotiations with OUC on the closeout. So we'll write a few more checks, but that's it. We're as of the end of the month, it's in our rearview mirror. We will, of course, have, for the life of the plant, the obligation to maintain our share of the decommissioning costs for that unit whenever it does come down to the ground, and whatever long-term care of the landfill, which is where the ash is stored, that is still on us. So we have reserves. It was well reserved for over its life, and there will be a discussion later this year with an FMPA as they turn their attention to determining what level of reserves are reasonable and what reserves we have on hand, and then can any of those reserves be returned back to the owners. So well, that's more to come on that, but we will never take the reserves away completely. We have an obligation to care for those spoils, if you will, in the landfill forever. Operating income, we watch this pretty closely every single month. We continue to have positive indicators, meaning that we're ahead of budget. We're doing well. We're in the positive. And it's regardless of whether you look at it on a flat 12-month basis, which of course, when everything is not flat, it's variable month to month. So we're ahead on whether you look at it on a fixed basis or a variable basis. We're doing well on a budget. So no red flags on budget for you there. Coming up in June, we do have the FMPA group for peer review is going to come in at my request to do a peer review of our electric system operations center, our activities there, how we're staffed, how we're organized, operating procedures, and how things are going there. It's good to have a third party that knows what they're talking about come in and look at how we're doing things and give us peer feedback in their opinion. So we welcome that. And that's something that's the sign of a mature organization and a good operation, when you feel like you can have somebody come in and tell you what they think about your operation and make suggestions. So that's not aimed at any operators or anything like that. It's just take a look at it and give us their feedback. We've also participated in those in the operations area. I've been on some, and customer service has been on some as well. And those are good things to go through. Since I mentioned customer service, I'll mention that Annette Teague is going to be leaving us, not because anything we did. She's at the stage of her life, so she's ready to move on to do what she wants to do next in her life. So that will end soon. She'll be using some FMLA time and then wind down her employment. We will post a position and focus internally first. Next is something that I'm going to ask to have undertaken. I'm going to kick off an initiative to look at artificial intelligence. And I want to take a look at it from the standpoint of how can we use artificial intelligence or AI to improve utility operations, specifically electric utility, focusing on our operational technology. So first thing I want to do is assess the areas of applicability of AI to our business. So where, if anywhere, is AI applicable to the electric utility that we own and operate? Are there areas where it could be helpful? Will it improve the customer experience? Will it reduce outages? Can it reduce outages? Can it speed the time of recovery from outages? Will it, for example, help on the revenue side? So, for example, can we use AI to do a better job of identifying and managing pole attachments to our network? And that would mean looking at every single wire and every single pole, 13,000 plus poles on a regular basis to identify attachments that may be new that we didn't know about, or at the same time, potential operating problems by looking at things over and over and over again. So is there an AI solution that's available to be put to work in our city? Customer phone calls is another pet peeve, right? Can AI help us do a better job of reducing customer phone calls? This pursuit of wanting customers to know that we know that they know they have an outage before they call us and run up big phone bills for us at the call center and tie up the call center. So is there a way to speed that up? We don't have all the answers, so we're going to start with a workshop process. This process will include staff, and I am going to reach out to the UAB to get involved and work with us on that as well. I think that's an area where there may be some expertise in the UAB. There's also, they're actually customers, right? And get their perception of it. So the goal is in the initial workshop process, which is not the types of workshops that you have, but ones that we'll have at the staff level of the UAB, to identify the areas where AI is worth exploring, and then narrow it down from there to ask the question, are there products in the market that we can use, or do we need to adapt them or build new products? So it's going to be a bit of an exercise to go down that path. So this is happening, something that's happening all over the world, and in many operations. We want to see, is there applicability here? I think it would be remiss of us to keep the blinders on and say, nah, we don't need to look at it. Let's take a look at it and see if it'll work. I'm just giving you a heads up. That's something that we're going to take a look at. Don't have a lot of answers for you yet. We want to start the process and see what we can find. A couple of things we're going to be looking for you to get a little consensus right now One is with regards to the storm fund and the PCA. We're going to talk about PCA in a second. We currently have a balance in the storm fund of about $2.5 million. When we started the PCA, or rather when we started the storm fund, we used a seed money, a $500,000 transfer from the PCA. One of the things that we're suggesting, and we're not going to ask you to vote on it, more would like to get a consensus from you. Would you be open to suggestions for us to, or bring something back to you at the June meeting to potentially move $500,000 from the storm fund back to the PCA? As the storm fund continues to grow at the rate of about $120,000 to $130,000 a month, and we've got a nice healthy balance there. The goal is to get the storm fund to $8 million, but we think that we have a healthy enough balance there now to consider refunding that money back to the PCA, which would be helpful to customers. If you all have a consensus that you can give us right now, you think that's something you want to formally discuss at the next meeting, we'll bring it back as an agenda item with the staff report and the discussion.
You all want to talk about it now? Sure, why not? Okay, the lights are going on. Let's start with District 1.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had a meeting last week with Ed and Brian and went over this in detail. And this is something that I am in support of because we did originally take that funding from there to start the storm fund. The storm fund is moving forward healthy. And with all these other new residents and businesses that will be coming on, I'm confident that we'll be okay in the storm fund. And I'm really praying that we don't have to use any money in the storm fund this year. So we've never had one in the city's 100+ years. So I think, no, storm fund.
Oh.
We've never had a storm fund in the last 100+ years.
Thank you for clearing.
So I'm proud of the fact that we did it, and it is healthy. It does have a good balance, and I think it's the right thing to pay that account back.
That'll bring us down to 2 million.
Roughly 2 million, but remember we're going up by 130,000 every month.
Okay.
So and it gains interest as well.
Okay, Mr. McVoy.
I have a couple things that I want to come back to separately. Yeah, but I just heads up that I got a couple things to come back to. I guess I hear the logic that we loaned the fund, so to speak, out of the PCA, the storm fund. I'm not sure I understand exactly what we mean by to get it started. I mean, either we're putting money into it to have it for a storm. I mean, I don't know what it started. It's not like we're priming a pump and now it goes better because we put a little bit into it. I'm kind of more inclined to, I'm thinking of the 8 million. I'm thinking that at some point we are likely to need much more than 2.5 million. So I would be inclined to not put it back, just leave it there and deal with the PCA separately. That's my thought on it. I can be persuaded by my colleagues.
What would be the benefit of doing that, of bringing it back? What the benefit to our consumers to put that 500,000 back in?
Well, the sooner that we can get the PCA to the point where we can lower the PCA rate, that would be good too. Of course, the argument can also be made that the sooner we get to the $8 million, we could reduce that $5 per month charge as well. So I think the concept, at least from staff's perspective, is that we started the storm fund of zero, other than our own fund balance. It's now growing at a healthy rate. It's an understood, recognized, accepted element of a bill. Let's get the PCA back to what it was intended to do, was to handle variable fuel related expenses.
Thank you, Ms. May.
That's so funny because I did not meet with Ed, but I literally have storm fund ? Right here. So I was going to go there anyway. So the idea of putting the 500K back in, where are we on the PCA? I know you're going to do a whole report on it, but just give me a ballpark. Are we between the lanes or are we below the lane?
We're below the lanes.
If we put the 500 back up, then are we between the lanes?
It'll get us to about $300,000 or $400,000 short of where we should be.
Okay, so
we'll go through that again in a few minutes.
I just wanted to get a ballpark figure. But I do hear what Commissioner McVoy says. If our goal is 8 million, would we want to wait till we're at 8 million to do that? But I don't think that's necessary. If this is your suggestion to do this now, I think it would help the customers more if the PCA was lower, especially with the heat already we already have 5 hotter degree days than we were last year, right?
Yep.
So it's not getting cooler.
Correct.
So they're going to be using more AC. So I think we should definitely put it on the next agenda.
Mr. Segridge.
Thank you. Are the large commercial customers still just paying $5, or have they been adjusted to be commensurate with size?
No, they're paying $5 per account per month. That was the direction of the commission at the time. One could argue that it shouldn't have been fixed. It should have been a higher portion for large commercials or any commercial customer for that matter. But the city commission opted to go with a flat $5 per month per account fee.
Okay. Just in terms of the storm fund and stuff, at the rate it's growing, that 500,000 represents around 3.5 months of time. I think we have to get the PCA back between the lanes, and the money has to come from somewhere, right? So we either move it back from the storm fund, or it gets moved from some other fund, or people's rates get raised again, or so on. So I think it seems like it's moving along at a healthy clip, and I would be in support of basically refunding that money back.
Mr. McBoyd.
I'm
In
just
response,
curious
quickly.
about the term moving along at a healthy clip. Somebody help me out who's more mathematically inclined. 0.125 million times what gets us to 6 million? I would say 8 months times 6 about. So 6 and 8. That's 50 months to get to the 8 million if I did my math right on the fly, ballpark. I don't know what the definition of a healthy clip is. And remember that, yes, you get it to 8 million, but knock on wood, heaven forbid, stuff comes along and then you ding it down and then you have to build it back up again. So I'm a little cautious about us, kind of cheerfully saying it's moving at a healthy clip. I don't know how that's defined. What's an unhealthy clip? 100,000 a month or 200,000 a month? I don't think there's a black and white answer on that. I think we should, stick to the idea of a storm fund. I think we all agreed is a pretty good idea. We know that sooner or later we're going to have some, and they're big when they happen. It's $1 million just to bring in folks, and even before they do anything, if there's a big enough storm. So there goes $1 million right there. That's my thinking.
So notwithstanding that, then it sounds like there's a consensus that you all want to discuss this more, and we can bring you an agenda item next month. You don't have to stake a hard position tonight. Just you're willing to discuss it, because we don't want to bring you something that you would have no interest in.
Yeah, no, certainly willing to discuss.
Thank you.
Okay.
Meg?
Thank you. Just completely off of what you were saying. I just wanted to shout out to your customer service supervisor, Vesna.
Mm-hmm.
Is that how you say her name?
Vesna, yes.
Vesna. So I have a constituent and a colleague, and he was telling me, and he was showing me on his phone that he couldn't do specific things on his bill. He couldn't click and see his old bills. And we went to her, Troy went to her, and she showed us exactly how you're supposed to do it, but he couldn't do it. So I said to him, Nesty, just call her. So he did, and it's all fixed. It turns out that he was on an older system. So if anybody is out there and can't click on and see their old bills online, you might want to log off and start again, because you might be on the old system. But shout out to Vesna. She did a great job.
Thank you. Well, I'm glad they didn't call me, because I would have had to call Vesna too. So,
well, that's why I didn't call you.
They're the ones that know that stuff. I know a guy, I know a lady that knows how to do this.
Thank you for taking care of that and getting it to her, and it's all taken care of. And, it's really nice when you ask for help for somebody and to have that full loop happen. So I'm really grateful for that. Thank you.
And the fact is, when that happens, then we do contact staff. The response is really always positive. Yeah. Yep. Mr. McBoyd, do you have another question?
Yeah, about some of the things you had mentioned earlier. I had a couple there, if I might.
Sure.
On the coal, you mentioned that we were getting out of the Stanton and we're not buying anything anymore from them, and we don't pay them anymore, and we're
from that unit, correct?
From that unit. But then you mentioned that we are still responsible for eventual decommissioning if somebody decides to take it apart. I hope we get some money for scrap, and that we are also have some responsibility for I forget what they call them, but the ash piles and the ash ponds and all that stuff. two things. One is decommissioning costs for a coal plant are probably not insignificant, but they are nothing like the decommissioning costs for a nuke plant. I know that there's nothing on the horizon to decommission the St. Lucie, but it concerns me that we, with the coal one, which is likely to be cheaper to shut down and take care of and clean up and all that stuff, we are still going to be on the hook. I understand we put reserves over the years. We put money in the roof, fix the roof fund.
Right.
So we're not, it's not going to suddenly appear and we're totally unprepared. Hopefully, whatever we put as reserves is going to be enough to deal with our portion of that. But it does concern me a little bit that we have lingering responsibility there. Reassure me that it's all good, and the St. Lucie part, when we're all long gone, which is, it's probably got another 20, 40 years, I don't know. But at some point, those costs are very significant. And I don't know whether we put aside for that, for St. Lucie.
There are reserves for that, but I'm not an authority on reserves for nuclear units, barely for coal. But so I'm not aware there's any concerns over the reserves for those units for the ultimate decommissioning. I know that the unit has had an extension of his operating permit, I believe.
Recently,
if I remember correctly. So that's a good thing.
Yeah.
But in a sense, if you want to get more value out of the investment, others may not think that extending life of nuclear is a good idea. I'll leave that open to others to debate.
Yeah.
But there are reserves for that as well.
The other area that you mentioned, the idea of looking at AI, seeing if it can be a helpful tool for the utility in various ways. I'm all on board with the idea of looking. I think that's good. One thought that comes to mind is I suspect that as we go forward in generations, the skill of map reading has pretty much fallen out of the general population because we all look at our phone and Google takes care of it. We don't know how to figure out with just a map where you are. That skill is disappearing. The concern, that sort of parallel thinking concern that I'd have for the AI is, as we think about it, would we be building in a loss of any skills that we currently accumulate with long-term staff who know certain things? Would the AI kind of take us away from doing that? I don't know. I don't have an answer to that, but it's just something to sort of keep in the back of mind. I don't think it probably would, but let's keep that in mind with it. The other one on the AI is you mentioned something that, we've talked about a number of times, the outage situation. My understanding from way back when was that as we went to the AMI, the automatic meter thing, that was going to automatically know where the outages were, automatically push out stuff to residents, and nobody needs to call in because they're already, the system is ahead of them and tells them. It didn't happen on the last AMI, but we're moving to a new one, which I'm assured, and I think we're all assured, will have that capability. What would the AI do that hopefully capability, which knock on wood, will in fact come? Because I totally agree. It's very frustrating to customers. It's frustrating to the utility when it's technically, in theory, possible to have the system proactively tell people, hey, we know you're out. It's a drag. Here's our estimate of, or we don't know yet, but an estimate will be coming. Stay tuned. Yeah, text me. Don't call us. We'll call you.
So put it this way, the old AMI system, which is the one that we have now, does work. However, it has a significant number of meters that are not reporting. Now, that does not mean that they do not have a meter read. They're just not sending it over the radio waves. It's the information is stuck at the meter. So there's some of the meters out there where we don't know you have an outage, even though you're using electricity, or you may not be using it, but the meter reads are correct. We still have to read those manually. The other meters that are communicating correctly do narrow us down to an outage at a specific home very quickly, within a few minutes, if not a few seconds.
Yeah.
The purpose of AI is to rapidly take that information, integrate it with other information that's coming in the same time, whether it's customer phone calls, information from our SCADA system, which is the data acquisition and control system, other sensors that we have in the field, and assimilate all that and more quickly predict to the source of the outage, identify the customers more quickly that are truly affected, because there may be multiple customers or one customer served off a particular pole. So we'll do a better job, faster job of predicting, and try to beat the customer to the phone. Get to the customer before they pick up the phone to call us and say what's going on.
Which I'm all for.
Which costs us $5 to $8, and by the time this technology gets more mature, it could be $8 to $10, right?
Right.
So, and we get 3,000 to 4,000 phone calls a month.
Yeah.
Not all of them outage related, but so if we can speed that cycle and get the information out to the customers, the faster the better, so that they don't call us. And then, as importantly, get them information on the status and when the power's back, especially if they're not home.
Right.
That they don't come back. You may not want to come back if the power's not back on yet. You may want to stay a little bit longer at dinner and stay away for another day, or come back an hour later from school or from work. Yeah. So the faster we can do it, the better.
Do we have that? We don't have that capability now. Like today was the office, and it was like lights were flashing on and off. It's very exciting. But we don't at this point have the technology to send out a text to me.
Correct. We do not yet have that technology. And there are some patches that you can put on with some clunky devices that'll say, well, just take all of the customers that we think are in this geographic area and send them a notice. That means that you may get a notice and your house doesn't have a problem.
Mm-hmm.
So we want it to be as specific as possible right to your house.
Will the new AMI, and I don't remember the rollout time for the new one, next year,
the RFP is in its final stages. It's on my desk. I need to go through it. Procurement's been working on it. The consultants at eSource have been working on it. Our staff's been working on it. It's letting on my desk for one more review. That's not part of the presentation, but and it's built around a competitive solicitation, and where we spent a lot of time up front identifying exactly what we wanted to do and what the optimal technology.
So we're probably 2 years out before it's fully, or a year anyhow.
I would say probably 18 to 24 months if you think of it in terms of a citywide deployment. We still have to go through the details of how it will be phased in. So it won't be a day where one day is the old one, the new day is the new one. It'll be phased in across the city.
Right. And will that one, is that part of the specs that it will have that
rapid response? Yeah. The one we have now, well, what
it was supposed
it's going to send us the data, and then the AI will function back at the office and send the information back out.
Okay. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
In my one-on-ones this week with the city manager, I asked, because we're working on the website, I asked on the the home page, the front page, emergency at the top, if you have an outage of water, because it really takes some tick to get there.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm asking, I asked that they revise that, put that right on the front page.
We'll talk with IT.
Yeah,
and Keith,
right.
who's the webmaster.
We wanted to call with him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. Are you done? No, you're not done. You got plenty to go.
I have plenty to go.
All right, let's keep going.
Along the lines of the storm fund, 2 years ago we had Hurricane Milton that glanced us, and we had about $50,000 in costs associated with that that are overtime related and mutual aid related. We will bring that to you with a suggestion to consider drawing that down from the storm fund as well. We believe it to be eligible, but following the rules, we can't just move it. We need your vote to do that. So we'll bring you that as well next meeting. And then June 5th, an important date for us internally, Fitch Ratings, which is the rating agency that monitors the St. Lucie bonds ratings, is going to come and spend a few hours with us. And we're going to, Yannick and I are going to tour them together with some of the electric utility staff and talk about the projects and talk about what we've been doing with bond funds and show them how we do things. So we're looking forward to that. Okay, PCA. We might have some PCA slides. No.
I know.
So while we're waiting for them to come up, we did meet with Commissioner Maliga to discuss her concerns at the last meeting with regards to the numbers not aligning. And it's safe to say that Commissioner feels much more comfortable with the numbers.
Oh, thank goodness.
That is not what I said.
Well, we wanted to.
Her comfort is our utmost concern.
So we've Assistant Director Brian King has prepared this first slide. The rest of the traditional slides you get, but it attempts to show why there's a difference in the numbers. And one of the things that we have to understand is that we track all of the revenues and all of the expenses, but there are transfers that happen that are not revenues, they're not expenses. There are also credits in the form of interest on the account. So when you take all those things into account, you actually come up to with the 845, 552 is the current negative balance of the combined checking and savings account. So if you take the checking account, what we call the checking account, which is what we operate out of a month to month, the savings account is the stabilization fund itself, which has $500,000 in it positive. And you add to that the negative number, the net is that negative 845. So that's what we're working with. So if we credit this account with $500,000 by moving it back from the storm fund, that'll go to a negative, call that 345. We want to get back up above the zero line and get back up into the swim lanes, right? So this gives you an idea. Now, one of the things that we took a look at is obviously we track what's happening month to month to month. And unfortunately, let's go forward 2 slides from here. One more. So you'll see in April of 26, let me make sure I'm looking at the right. Okay, look at March of 26, and you can see that we gained $267,000. So we put the new PCA into effect on March 1, and we gained $267,000. So that's good. And what happened in April? April, we went negative $60,000, $60,788. What happened? During April, St. Lucie nuclear unit was out for maintenance and I believe partial refueling. So during that month, instead of getting our normal 22 megawatts of power from the nuclear plant, we only got 11. We still needed the other 11. That came in of a supplemental contract, which then cost us a little more that month. That outage is now complete, and we would expect the next month to be in the right direction. So we continue to update you on these things. We don't get overly worried. We see that we're going in the right direction. We want to get out from the negatives and get back into the positive, and we're comfortable that the trend is going that way. Natural gas prices appear to be coming up a little bit, but not alarmingly so. Is that correct, Assistant Director? So we're headed in the right direction. We continue to watch it every month. This may be more detail than you want to get into every month, but we can cut it back to quarterly and come in on a monthly basis if we see a red flag to raise. But we're headed in the right direction.
So with a couple months like March,
we could close it pretty quickly.
You could close it pretty quickly. So we might want to consider that when we consider the 500.
Right. We'll have another month with the data.
Yeah, something else to put into the equation.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Malega?
I just want to say thank you to you and Brian. It wasn't because I just had questions about transparency and the people who look at these slides, and if we're adding it as backup to tell the little, so thank you for the little sub stories on the bottom of the first page. I think it's good for the residents to understand, because there are some people who don't know that we transferred $500,000 to create a storm fund, and that needs to be told. And that's why I was in favor of moving that money, because had we never created that storm fund and brought that forward, then we wouldn't be in that same situation in the PCA. So thank you again for indulging me and the education that I had.
You're welcome. I can share too, and as I speak to the rating agencies at conferences, they seek me out. They want to check in, and sometimes they'll actually put this in their reviews when they issue their bond ratings, whether it's Moody's or Fitch. Fitch does it, of course, through the FMPA vehicle, which is because they're rating the FMPA projects, but Moody's rates us directly. They view this discipline of watching the PCA closely, having storm funds, growing fund balances. They view those as positive indicators, and those types of actions have played a heavy role in maintaining and actually improving our creditworthy bond rating. So that's important to point out to people. And we complain internally and when we try to do better, but at the end of the day, we have an investment grade credit, and it's gotten better over the years. So we're going in the right direction.
Thank you. Mr. Do you have much more to go over? No. Okay, Mr. McCoy.
Is it fair to say, just for our own edification, is it fair to say in your experience that these ratings are kind of a confidence level do they feel like we are generally doing a good job of managing this, dealing with, ways to deal with future unknown but possible type expenses, doing maintenance on the system, doing proactive stuff? They're trying to put all the together and say, yeah, these guys look pretty solid. And so some of the decisions that we make can have an influence on that. A lot of it is probably the internal management of the stuff, and some of it is the numbers, but it's not just the numbers. It's got a more qualitative aspect too. That's what I'm learning from you, I think.
Absolutely. That's a good point. There is a qualitative and quantitative portion of the rating. And for folks listening at home, the rating is just like your credit rating at home. The better the credit rating, the lower the interest you're going to pay on your debt. And that's important to us because we try to sell the bonds, and we will be selling bonds again likely in 2027. So that's important in fiscal 27. So they will look at management competence. They will look at the quality of the staff, how you do your work. Do you get projects done? Do you achieve budget compliance? Are you generating positive cash flows? Are you growing fund balances? Is the commission, in this case, you all, willing to make adjustments to rates as necessary to continue to meet the bond obligations that you have? All of those things all together fit in. And they do watch. I'm sure they're watching these meetings. And like I said, Fitch will be on the Fitch will be here on the 5th, and Moody's keeps track of us as well. So it's important.
Thank you so much. Does that wrap up your review? Thank you, Mr. Liberty.
And thank you for, I believe you've updated the 0 point on this one.
I believe so.
Thank you.
Quite a lot. This goes to Brian, Assistant Director King.
Maybe just to point out that the graph underneath it is sort of since April, it's a year's worth. And you can see that expenses and revenues, they differ slightly, but overall they're, sometimes they're a little up, sometimes a little down, but they're tracking very closely.
And at your leisure, you can all take a look at how we're doing on our carbon free. And you can see the amount of, we're tracking carbon free energy on a monthly basis and on a year-to-date basis. So that'll continue to move throughout the year. You'll see how we're doing.
Thank you.
And we're still cheaper than FPL, right?
Yep. Yes, we are.
We're very, very close. We're neck and neck. It's hard to tell exactly where we're very,
neck and neck will do.
So the sooner we can lower that PCA, the better. Their PCA increase is going to be coming in January, probably. So we'd like to be through the rough part before they do theirs.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
On to water, sewer, Ms. Baker.
Hello, Vaughn Baker, Water Utilities. I'm actually glad that you brought up the website and wanting to put the emergency phone number on the front page of the website, because that was my first item to talk about tonight. I wanted to publicly, let everyone know that the after hours emergency number is 561-586-1695. Or if you do not feel like memorizing an extra phone number, if you call the regular customer service phone number, which is 533-7300, it will also redirect you there after hours. We have been getting a lot of calls and emails lately, even from some of you, of going on the website, finding the wrong phone number, old phone numbers, out of use phone numbers. So I do want to make it a point. If you call that number, it will go to the answering service. If you call them and tell them that you want to talk about your bill, they're not going to entertain it, and they'll tell you to call back during business hours. But for water main breaks, sewer backups, there's no reason to suffer through that. Wait for business hours. So give a call. And I am totally on board with putting that on the front page of the website.
And just so the folks know, if they call even the 7300 number, someone will answer the phone and that person will take action.
The 7300 number will direct you to the 1695 number, but yes.
But so the 1695 number will get to someone that will actually take action and help you out.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have been trying to search the website for instances of the wrong phone number.
I looked for it again. Sam Healy.
Yeah. So I'm working on that too. So I'm glad to hear that we're going to have that put on the front page. Some good news. The project that we have been referring to as the 2J's Alley water main replacement has been complete. We have beneficial use of the water main back. We were able to go one nominal diameter size up. It was, I want to say 3.5-inch pipe, which is so old. That's not even a size of pipe that we use anymore. So now it's 6 inches. The pipe bursting operation was successful. The alley is in great condition after the site restoration. We're very glad to have that done. It was a really old pipe, caused a lot of problems, several water main breaks in the area. So that's great. I was there this morning. I was actually also at the Eden Place project, which is the coastal end of 16th Avenue North. I know that I had trouble when I first started working here, keeping track of the stormwater projects, named all kinds of different things, some after the neighborhood, some after the streets. All of them have to be referred to what they were originated as because they are DEP grant funded. But like I said, Eden Place, so that's the coastal end of 16th Avenue North. The project is progressing well. We are not getting rid of public access. I just want to remind everyone of that. And the 10th and 13th Avenues North, again, the naming convention, is an outfall project on the golf course, and that is slated to begin this summer. It was actually approved here before Eden Place, but it calls for custom fabricated flap gates that are almost as tall as me. So it's a long lead item. That'll begin this summer. And lastly, I wanted to mention, because I know that you guys want frequent updates on the sewer study on Lakeside and Palmway. We have commissioned flow monitoring equipment. So we're going to monitor the flow in 4 manholes to see. That's kind of the convergence point of all of our gravity sewer that goes to our master pump station. So we're going to monitor flow coming from the west, the south. Obviously, Lantana, we have monitored on a flow meter, but just as part of the study to collect data and see what we would be best served to do, we're going to monitor flow in those manholes. So that's kind of where we're at with the study. It's field investigation.
Thank you. Mr. McBoy.
Just mention again, because when you say pipe bursting, it sounds terrible to those of us who don't know. Remind us that that's the technical name for relining the pipe. Is that correct?
Not lining, it's bursting it. But yes,
but
replacing it in place.
Yeah.
So
it's a good thing, not a bad thing.
It's a good thing. Innovative technology. We don't have to trench. They only just have to have a start point and an end point. So
excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we are up to, and thanks all the staff for being here tonight. Go in peace. We are now up to public participation of non-agenda items. We have Todd Townsend, Wade Hitchcock, and Brian Prather. Mr. Townsend, you're up first.
Hello. Hi, Todd Townsend here today. I just wanted to remind everybody that I'll be doing a presentation.
What's your address, Todd?
Oh, hi, my name is Todd Townsend, 502 South J Street. All come get some. I'll be having a presentation this Saturday, May the 30th, the 26th from 3 to 5 at Compass Community Center, 201 North Dixie. We're going to be talking about the business of tourism, vacationism, and making the case to keep the pool at the beach. And unfortunately, we'll have to actually talk about some political leapfrogging that's going on here in Lake Worth Beach. So, and that has to do very much with Mr. Whitfield, Mrs. Whitfield, her $8 million that you need to help with you, and then she can turn around and help you after she's elected. I mean, I want Erica to be elected. I like her. She's very nice. But this game of political leapfrog, and I could do details as we go, it's going to be a really sad situation. I think it's just unbecoming of officers. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hitchcock?
Okay. Name's Wade Hitchcock, 1506 13th Avenue North. This is a follow-up what we started on about the showers up there. No sooner I left here, took the dog up there, they were running wide open, nobody around. So we got to figure out something because that's a lot of wasted water and money. But let's go on to the other thing is you need to praise the guys up and women up there. They work very hard trying to keep that place clean.
And they do.
The pigs came through and left everything. I couldn't even find a garbage can to put my trash off the beach. So when these holidays come up like this, you need to bring up one of your dumpsters, one of your 20-yard dumpsters you have on job sites. Put it up there where they park the parking guys park when they start walking the parking lot. Instead of that, they filled up the one downstairs. They filled up Benny's. They had nowhere else to put all this stuff. And then you had restaurants up there letting their stuff fly everywhere. And those guys were trying to chase it down last night. Napkins, paper plates from the pizza place. It looked like a pig zone. And for people to come here from other places, that's the biggest complaint I hear when I talk to them. The trash that we have floating around our beach. In the beer bottles where they bury them at night because nobody's there to monitor anything. And it's just a matter of time before somebody gashes their feet because the four-wheelers are running over it, the tractor runs over it, but luckily they don't break, but we find them and get them off the beach. So I think you really need to tell those guys thank you for all their hard work because that was not an easy weekend of these people coming up. Because every one of the garbage cans were overflowing with beer bottles and beer cans. There were and umbrellas they broke. There was no room to put anything. So I would really look into having a dumpster up there on these long holidays so you have a place so you don't have to go all the way down and come all the way back. You're wasting too much time. Make it more efficient.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, it's whenever it's true. When it's a big weekend, it's nasty. Downtown too. Mr. Prather. From the beautiful new complex that you have on Congress Avenue.
Yes, it is a
Very
beautiful new
impressive.
Oh,
Beautiful.
there we go. Yeah, it is a beautiful complex. Thank you for having me up. I appreciate it. My name is Brian Prather. My address in Lake Worth Beach is actually 1020 Lucerne Avenue every third day. So I appreciate it. Actually, I just wanted to invite all of you and your staff and your town manager or this interim manager. We're going to have lunch at the station when you're available, when all of you are available. If it's a weekend, great. If it's a day, whatever you need, we're going to cook for you just like we cook for our firefighters every third day. We want you to enjoy it, want you to see your stations and want to see what you guys pay for and everything that you guys get from us. So thank you for all that you do. And we can't wait to see you guys.
So it's going to be all of us at once or individual where we have to work on it. Should we combine a date? Is that what we should do?
Yes, if you could combine a date, that would be awesome. But I mean, I would if it could be during the week, and I know that's kind of tough. But we would.
Oh, she's available. We're good.
You're available. Okay. No, we wanted to make sure staff was able.
Sure.
Any of the local staff, everybody that was available to come, just let us know how much, and we'll make it happen.
Great. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. Good to see you.
Now, can you give us?
It's a very good thing.
Can you give us any inside scoop on which one of the firemen's the best cook?
Yeah, right.
Which days?
Well, actually, we are going to cook. We're going to cook for you. It's actually not the fire station. We actually have I've set this up, and we have a hot dogs and hamburgers, and we're going to cook them for you guys. And we have a whole Blackstone and everything. We bring it to you, so we bring it to the fire station because we like to keep the guys in service.
Yeah.
We like to have they'll stay out of service for a little bit so we can see their trucks, but we want to keep them in service just so that we are available as fast as possible.
I can see us all sitting there and you're all gone and we're just sitting at the table with
our
our
hot dogs. And I want to congratulate Brian. He is the leadership Palm Beach County class of 27.
Oh,
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
That's a wonderful, I mean, I didn't do it, but it's a great program. And again, Thank you, firefighters and paramedics, for doing what you do in our busy little town.
Absolutely. We couldn't do
very
it
much
without you.
appreciate
So thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great night.
You too.
Thank you. Um, Approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the minutes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
By Ms. Malega, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unfinished business A, bond projects and SHRIP update by Jason Bailey.
He's been so patient.
He's been very
Jason's
patient.
very patient.
He's a patient man.
Good evening. Jason Bailey, Assistant Director, System Operations, here to give a quick update on the SHRIP presentation on our SHRIP projects.
Hmm.
All right, so the first slide that's coming up is going to be pre-SHRIP, which is page 2 there. Oh. All right, so this is the system that we started. This was before we kicked off SHRIP, so this was approximately 7 to 8 years ago. The red is our 4 kV, the blue is a 26. We were approximately 40% 26 and 60% 4 kV at that time before we started this project. Everything in red, like I said, is the 4 kV. That's the older original antiquated system. The blue was already all 26, except some of the small pockets that we converted up on the north, and right there in the center. We did that for load relief purposes at that time because the 4 kV was overloaded. This is where we're at today. So today we've shifted the numbers. Our 4 kV right now is we're at 45% 4 kV and 55% at 26. So you can see that center section on the south end of town where all that blue is, that was all recently converted and hardened to Category 5 strength. Almost all of that load is out of the new 6th Avenue station that we just commissioned last month. We will be moving more load over to that station. You guys just recently approved 2 projects at the last meeting to do the work down F Street in the railroad tracks. And then we have a bore that's going in underneath the railroad tracks to bring 4 more circuits to that new station. So right now we're not utilizing 100% of that station until these next 2 projects are done. And then we're going to move the rest of the load over there. So that's where we're at with that southern section. You can also see up on the upper right, that blue that now runs along the golf course. So that was all done internally. That was an internal project with our crews that they hardened all that and converted all that to 26 kV. So that's where we're at today. Looking towards the future. So this is our targeted conversion and hardening progress, where we're going to go. I know the colors are kind of mismatched. We were trying to keep the blue with the blue, but the green is the area that we're going to tackle in 28, fiscal year 28. So that's the 11th Avenue North substation. So we're going to convert those circuits, harden it, and move them to the new station. So we're building a new station on the north end of town. That's where we're going to start moving those circuits to. The yellow is the 4 kV house that's kicked off for fiscal year 29. So that's also going to be hardened and joined to the adjacent circuits around it to get that out of the 4 kV house. And then the magenta is going to be the finishing up where all the infrastructure is done. We just need to harden the circuits and bring it to the new station. And that'll be in fiscal year 2030.
Let me add that there's some things that you can't see. Here is the amount of hardening that had to be done. For example, out west, much of it was already at 26 kV, but it wasn't hardened. So that needed to be hardened and then put back on at 26 kV. The other 4 kV sections had to be both hardened and converted. Some other things that don't show up here down in the southeast part of the city, we talk about the new 6th Avenue South substation. Thanks to the creativity of Jason and the engineering team, they believe they've got a way that we can get rid of or work our way around and eliminate the 12th Avenue South and 15th Avenue South substations by moving that load over to the new 6th Avenue South substation, plus some other changes in the system. Each substation that we can eliminate from the system eliminates the range of about $5.5 to $6.5 million worth of capital work, but it also frees up that property for some other use, including sale. Likewise, at the north end, he talks about replacing the 11th Avenue North substation. We actually have the 4th, the 11th, and the 18th Avenue North substation. Those 3 can be consolidated into one new one. So we have the opportunity there to save some more money in our long-term program. So these are experience-based improvements, continuous improvement. You do a project, you learn from it, you do the next one, learn from it, do the next one. What we really like about the one we just did at 6th Avenue South is that it's totally enclosed, right? No external components. So it's a lot cleaner and safer, and it blends in better. So that's what we would propose to put up at the north end of the city when we combine 4th, 11th, and 18th into one new location. So that's going in the right direction. A tremendous amount of work. You can see that this plan goes out over a number of years. You say, why can't we do it all at once? Well, it's very, very hard to do it all at one time. You have 3 phases to every project: engineering, then you have or design, and then you have the material procurement phase, and then finally the construction phase. In the bond issuances, you're trying to get the whole bond spent, ideally within a 3-year period. That's what the IRS wants to see you do. It's very hard in these large infrastructure projects, especially with long lead time materials, to fit the project into 3 years. That's why you might see engineering and materials in one bond issue, but construction in the following bond issue. So it's a laddered approach, and we're constantly juggling things and moving things around to keep projects moving and be mindful of that 3-year timeline.
I just have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm looking at 28, 29, and 30. Are we doing all internal stuff in 26 and 27 to make this happen? Is that why 27 is not listed?
No, 27.
Because I'm looking at your future projections and I don't see anything for next year. So is that because we're going to be in the process of doing what Director?
Well, we are doing a lot of the engineering in 27. So the engineering for all the underground. So what's not part of this for the hardening and conversion this is for the distribution side. We're doing the undergrounding of the distribution ring. So the main feeder backbone, like that is all taking place next year.
Okay.
But that is not customers being converted. That's the backbone being converted. That's going to feed these new stations, dedicated underground into and out of every one of these. So into and out of the new 6th Ave station, into and out of East Switch, into and out of the new North End station, whether that be at 13th or 18th or 11th, wherever we pick that spot to combine those. That's all the work that's being taken place next year.
That question was for the public, so they don't think that we're just not doing anything. For
No,
next
no,
year.
no.
We're not just hanging
We're-
like, we got nothing to do.
No,
Now we're just gonna
we're
hang.
setting the next projects up for success.
Thank
So
you.
they're doing the underground now underneath the railroad tracks. That'll all be completed next year.
Understood. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
There's also reclosers that we're adding on existing.
Yes. So
sectionalizers and reclosers. A lot of that's happening in 26 and 27.
Yes, those are coming 10 per quarter. So we're putting up 10 per quarter on that as well.
There's a significant amount of work that's underway. Obviously, we put in here a reminder that, because there has been a request for this in the past, do we have the independent engineers analysis? What we've done, we did have United Utility look at it and give us an independent opinion in 2025, and then they also made a recommendation. So if there's any question on that, we've got that, and we also have the results. So we believe we're headed in the right direction. The results are proving it. On the next slide, this is intended to give you an idea of where are we on the spending. So on the left-hand side, we list the particular bond. So we have the 2020, the 22, and the 2025. You see the bond proceeds in the next column. That's as they relate to the electric utility. Each of those bonds did include dollars for the water side as well. That's in a separate tracker, but this is how much was focused. You can see how much we encumbered by year. And then there's another column that says FY 23 to 26 year to date, internal labor and materials. That's how much of that bond money was spent on labor and materials using internal resources. So where we can, we do use our own people to do this type of work. So it's not exclusively contractors doing it. It's a lot of it. We want to be able to show you that so far we've done $10.1 million of the work has been done completely internally with our own crews, our own trucks, our own people, materials drawn out of our own warehouse. And that's been very helpful. What the powerful thing about that number is, okay, $10 million, that's good. Those folks were working here anyway. We would have spent that $10 million on O&M, which would have operations and maintenance expense in our O&M budget, which have had a much higher impact on your electric rates. So by having these bond funds available for capital work, now we can only use this for capital work. We can't do maintenance work with bond money, but it allows us to keep our crews active on capital work. So when we started this journey together, as I often say, we spent about 100% of our time, or pretty close to it, just putting out fires, maintenance work, fix it because it's broken. We've migrated over to now, and our line department is probably spending 30 to 50% of their time building new stuff, which is good. And we come in on Saturdays and build new stuff on Saturdays, which has a double benefit of saying on Saturday, they're also available to respond to an outage if something comes up. Of course, we can't charge that fix, if you will, to capital, but at least they're on the property and they appreciate the overtime. It gives us more coverage and improved reliability. You can see a column where we've redirected some of the money to use as grant match, our portion of the grant. We did some engineering around moving the dollars around to be able to do that. And then finally, you can see how much balance is left at any one of those bonds. So the 2020 bond is completely spent. The 22 bond has about $184,000 left in it. The 25 bond has about $19 million left in it. And we'll be soon be coming to ask to fund the next tranche so we can get going with engineering, material procurement to meet those other targets. We'll be coming back as a part of the capital planning process.
Ms. May has a question.
Thank you. So is it, I like the fact that we're keeping things in-house and we're using our guys, but I do have a question. So they're working on Saturdays and they're working overtime. Is that cost effective versus subbing it out?
Yes, it is. We actually, we have contract labor that does a lot of the work. So we have their labor rates under our contracts, and we can compare our labor rate at the overtime rate to what we would pay a contractor. You can see that we're very competitive. In some cases, we're actually lower in cost. What held us back from doing even more of that in the past was we didn't have the size of the trucks we needed to lift the new poles. Since then, we've been able to get some of the larger trucks, and our budgets include buying more of the larger trucks that can handle those larger poles. So when you take into account that even with overtime, you don't pay benefits on overtime, the overtime is paid in the first 40 hours. Mm-hmm. So the overtime is a very powerful way to get work done.
Do you find that the workers have any sort of fatigue from that?
We have not seen that. We do look out for it.
It's a really hard job to do 6 days a week.
It is a hard job. We do it on a volunteer basis. We don't force them to work the 6th day. So we seek out volunteers, and we generally will have at least one crew, sometimes 2 crews that will do that. One of the things that we look for example, morale. Morale remains high. Arguably it's gotten even better. And how do they respond to emergencies? In other words, have they made so much money in overtime that they're not interested in responding to emergencies?
Right.
The opposite has taken place. They are extremely responsive because they know that that's a key performance indicator, and they're committed to what they do. They take a tremendous amount of pride in the work they're doing and driving down the outage rate. And those results are.
So they have that feeling of ownership.
Yes, absolutely. They do. They really do. It's palpable. It's very evident. They look at the results. That we have the posters up in the hallway that's discussed with the crews.
Okay, good.
And
I would just hate to have them be working overtime and then call in Monday. Well, it kind of defeats the purpose. I don't know. I mean,
that we don't see.
I don't do that.
We're not seeing evidence of that.
Okay.
And we have very candid conversations. They're all in on their commitment. We want this to be a place. We want to be the employer of choice. There are other employers in the area where the overtime is mandatory and the workplace is different.
Okay.
They appreciate that they're a part of the family. It's voluntary overtime, and they're delivering results. So there's a sense of, like you said, a sense of ownership.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
It's like a tight working unit.
Yes, they are. They've gotten even tighter. We're in a good place with that now.
We have Jason. All right.
So in the next few slides, and I'm not going to go through them, and you'll see why in a second. Let's go one more slide. We get into the detail of every single project. Marcel, who's in the back watching, Marcel Corman, who runs our project management office, together with finance, they keep track of these funds and work very closely on the drawdowns line by line by line. So there's pages and pages of these. There's a lot of detail that goes in this. We won't bore you with that, other than give you a level of confidence that we do track the dollars very closely. And we're constantly looking to, move money from a project that might have gone a little bit more expensive than we thought to one where we need to shift priorities to and keep our internal people funded and keep working that 6-day schedule.
But Jason, where's my SCADA and SCADA and all those?
That's coming in budget.
Yeah, I like those. SCADA's when we are updated.
You're talking about Sadie,
Yeah, them.
Katie,
Yep.
Mayfield.
Yep.
No, they're coming. So that'll be after the FMEA conference.
After the annual meeting in July, at the Breakers, some of you will come away with some awards.
Ooh.
We had a great 2024. We had a better 2025.
Thank you.
Right.
Is that it?
I think that's effectively it. It just showed you some of the projects for grant where we were coming up with grant dollars, what our cost share was.
Did you want to go over the outage?
I don't think so.
Okay.
It happens.
Works for me.
Thank you very much, Jason.
Thank you all very much, and thank your staff. When is the FMPA? When is the FMPA?
It's in July.
July. Huh. Thank you.
That'll be my. I'll be hosting as the president of FMEA, the Electric Association, and it's also a meeting for FMPA, which I'm a board officer at.
You're just a busy guy.
Well, we wouldn't have a presence on those boards if we didn't have the respect of the utilities in the state as a team.
Unfinished business B, resolution 19-2026, approving the work order with FDOT. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second, I have a question though.
Okay, Ms. May,
I don't know who to ask this to.
just throw it out there.
Somebody will catch it.
I don't know whose project this is. Work order with FDOT. Okay, so my question is just kind of silly. Like if you look on the summary and the background and justification, how come the numbers aren't the same?
Which page do you want?
The first page?
I'm just looking at the staff report.
So,
One number is
One's
326
342, one's 326.
and one's 342.
Because you're looking at the fiscal year 26 versus 27.
That might be it. I'm going to use a lifeline. Marcel is here.
I think you're right.
It's the
okay.
fiscal year difference.
Oh, and there is a 342.
Oh, all right. So they're saying we did do the other one and now we're doing this one. I thank you.
Catch the ball.
Bet it's
very good. Okay.
Commissioner McBoyd, can you speak into your mic, please?
Yes.
It was mostly.
Mumble.
All right. Sorry, I appreciate that. Thank you. Maybe I just didn't read it carefully.
It wasn't much.
But thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. C is the 4th of July concept overview for the 250th celebration of this great country of ours. I noticed something in your agenda. For the first time, you've got elected officials coming back at night.
No, we did that last year.
We did?
Yeah. I did.
I don't think I did.
I actually think you did.
I came back.
Good evening, Tina McKay, Director of Leisure Services. I would like to pass it over to my team who have been working very diligently.
Director of the services right now. I think that's him. You have another job?
So our team has been working very diligently on 4th of July, and they've got something very special to brief you with tonight. So I'll turn it over to Stuart Sword and Dexter Smith.
All right.
Good evening, Stuart Sword, Interim Director of Leisure Services. I'm here with Mr. Dexter. Dexter.
Dexter Smith, Special Events Manager.
Take it away.
So we'll take it away. Next slide, please. So staff's been working tremendously on this, and it's not just leisure. I want to give a shout out to Public Works, CRA, and our partners at PBSO. We've done tremendous planning conferences with them. And really, this is just kind of an overview, a chance for any input from the dais to us. Big shout out, as you see there on the screen, Benny's is the presenting sponsor of our July 4th celebration, the semi-quincentennial birthday of our country. As you can see, I'll kind of go through this in detail, but just kind of highlighting some things. So the NAPC RAF race is is approved. PBSO is going to support that this year. So they'll be staging in the J Street parking lot, and the parade will commence at 11 a.m. and the raft race, as usual, will be at 12 p.m. A little bit of a break there, and then the city entertainment will begin promptly at 6 p.m. and the music will continue after the fireworks. It'll pause during. I'll cover this in greater detail later, but the music will be another musical set after the fireworks. So some folks may want to head home. Some folks may want to stick around. So we will be entertaining up until 10 p.m. Next slide. So this is pretty much a call for vendors. Dexter is pretty much managing anything on the ground in terms of event execution. I'm managing anything in the air in terms of the parachutists, the fireworks, and the drones. So we're kind of dividing and conquering there. So Dexter has been receiving a lot of inquiries from vendors. The site layout's going to be slightly different this year, just so we're leaving a seated area in the vicinity of the tree circles. So typically, like the car show has been in that area. This year, the car show will be closer out towards Gulfview. But we are still accepting vendors. You can scan that QR code. If you're interested in sponsoring, you can send an email to lwbspecialevents@lakeworthbeachflorida.gov. That's a group email inbox that the special events team and myself receive, and we typically respond same day. So if you're interested in being a vendor or if you're interested in sponsoring, next slide. As you see, the title sponsor is only one. That goes to Benny's on the Beach. They reached out and graciously offered that amount, but we do still have opportunities for gold, silver, and bronze sponsors, or in-kind sponsors, or any type of pro bono donation. If anyone's interested in that, you can scan that QR code and or email the address that I just briefed. Next slide. Now, this is a draft run a show. Anything in red is still tentative or still being flushed out. The first line there, I know this can be a tad small to see. We're looking at, and we are moving towards doing our first annual Lake Worth Beach hot dog eating contest. So that will tentatively be at 5:30, just before the city programming begins at 6. It's kind of a unique event. Other towns do it. It's pretty nuclear in some events. We do have some local restaurants that have expressed an interest in sponsoring that. We have not locked anything in yet on that. So again, if you're interested in being a sponsor, feel free to reach out to that group inbox. At 6 p.m., the presentation of the colors will occur. We'll kind of go through the national anthem, the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll turn it over to Madam Mayor for your welcome remarks and any remarks from the commissioners. Then we'll go turn it away to the DJ, kind of take it away with some light music, some favorite hits for some light dancing. We do have 2 bands. The first is Second Nature. Second Nature's performed for us before at the golf course and at Sunset on the Ave. They're doing a mix of traditional hits, Americana music. Notice they'll have 2 sets there because there will be a free fall demonstration at 7:45 from the all veteran free fall team. Tentatively, the bridge is going to be raised at about 8:20. So really no change to, the far side of the town or the island area. We'll over communicate that at about 8:20. Once Second Nature's done and we're setting the stage for the second band, the all veteran free fall group will present a 250th commemorative flag to the elected officials. The main band, we've landed on Elton John and the Jets. It's cover band. We'll be performing a lot of Elton John's top hits. They'll also have a second set because they will do set number 1, and then we'll pause for the drones. And I'll go over the map in just a little bit. You do have 300 drones, which is a respectable amount of drones that will perform, and I'll cover that in just a little bit. On call immediately following the drones. The drone show's anticipated to take about 15 minutes, but it could be done in 12 or 13, really based off winds and how long it takes to reset the drones. The fireworks are tentatively slated to begin while the last drone animation is still in the air, and both companies are okay with that. They're separated by time and space, so the fireworks will begin. I'll cover that in just a little bit. And then at approximately 9:20, Elton John and the Jets will take it away for their final set. So if you want to stick around in Bryant Park, obviously patrons are welcome to stick around. If they want to depart, they could depart. If there are any questions on this slide, I'm going to continue on. I know that was kind of a lot, but it's just a draft overview.
So the fireworks will start at around 9:30.
Is that 9:30, 9:12 Lake Worth time or?
Ouch. We're in rare.
I'm just playing.
Yeah, so the fireworks will begin immediately following the drones. So initially planning, the drones are going to be free of the airspace, but now the drone company's okay with them being up for the start of the fireworks, and then they'll fade down to their landing spot. And the way the drones launch, they're launching out of cylinders, so it's much more compact than the traditional layout of 300 drones being on the ground.
Excellent. Where do they take off from?
They're going to take off from the parking lot in front of Snook Island.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you.
This is no drones.
I know, shush.
Unless authorized by the city.
Unless authorized by the city. There you go. And the flag that we get, is that the flag that, I see this picture of the flag coming down with the parachute.
That is a flag off of their website at a previous event they have executed. The flag will be different than that, and it'll have the 250th
Oh, okay.
commemorative logo on it.
Very cool. Thank you. Mr. McBoy?
What is the reason for having the fireworks right even overlapping with the drones? Why not leave a little bit of space in between them, especially since this is our first drone round?
People are there.
I don't think they're going to leave.
No,
You could even announce something if you wanted.
The overlap of the two performances is really just kind of a showcase of the capabilities. The last animation that'll be up will nest very well with the fireworks. And if they're able to pull it off with the timing and sequencing, it should have a very nice special effect that, one would not normally see.
And they're working together.
Correct.
And the other thing that looking at this in the backup, yeah, I'm trying to look at the screen and talk into the microphone. Not too good at that. The fireworks part is very short.
Yeah.
It's 6 minutes, and a lot of stuff. Is there any way to stretch that out a little bit?
There could be. I'm going to brief it, but I don't mind briefing it now. So their shot count, where they normally fire somewhere between 10 and 12,000 fireworks, it's really based off the diameter of the fireworks they're shooting. That's typically what would be shot over 15 to 20 minutes. Being that we are doing a hybrid show, we made the decision to shorten that for the effects of seeing, 20 minutes of fireworks condensed down in 6 minutes.
Big. It's going to be big.
Correct.
I don't know. I guess I would think in terms of, sort of audience appeal, it's going to feel like kaboom.
They're going to be tired.
All right.
Well,
I would stretch it out a bit. People like to see fireworks. But I don't know. We've never done the drones before, so who knows what it's all going to be like.
Okay.
It's a very valid point, and we did look at that during our analysis and cross talking with the professional vendors that are going to provide this. The feedback that they've received, the shows that go longer. So if we do a 15-minute drone show and a 20-minute fireworks, it's hard to keep people focused, especially the children, that
It's
long.
late, it's
and then
hot.
it lulls out. So we just decided to move it up to have that special effect for 250.
It's show business, Mr. McBoy.
Not quite my specialty, I will
That's
admit.
my point, exactly.
Next slide. So the All Veteran Free For All group has done all of their paperwork with the FAA, the NOTAM, Notice to Airmen, and they're doing a presidential flight restriction exception request in the event the POTUS is in the area. Typically, free falls would not
Just
be
going to
allowed.
have to fly around.
Correct. They'll depart from a further different departure point in the air. But they've done all the paperwork that we need to do to execute this properly and safely. They do have an option. It's a total of 4 jumpers, 1 person on the ground. I already see a hand in the air. There is an option for one of the electeds to be a tandem with the 4-person jump team. So
Mimi wants to do that.
I see a hand in the air. They will shoot GoPro footage through their helmet. So they will edit that and provide that to us. That'll go up on social media, be a very cool view to see of Bryant Park and the Intracoastal area. And we do have 1 slot. So
I don't want to do it. I like the earth.
you will be in free fall for about 10 seconds, achieving terminal velocity, and then they'll open their canopy. So you'll be able to enjoy the view. So the free fall will be somewhat brief, but it would definitely be an experience of a lifetime.
I nominate the vice mayor to be the tandem person. Yeah, but that's self-serving.
Can I be shot out of a cannon?
We love that.
I was going to say I could probably get some enthusiasm for that.
Are you volunteer? I thought you were the dunk tank this year.
I thought I was too, but
Oh, no. Okay. She won. She said it first. She's the vice mayor. Well,
Do you really want to take a vote on this?
Tell them that we want to.
Based off the square footage, how many jumpers they have, their regulation only allows them to jump one tandem.
more.
So
so somebody make a motion.
I make a motion for the vice mayor to jump out of a plane. It sound normal.
Do I have a second?
sure. I mean, if she wants to.
Second by Mr. McVoy. All in favor? Aye. Thank you, Mr. Segrich, for your understanding.
Noted. I'll get with the vice mayor later for her manifest
Yeah,
information.
she'll-
Commissioner McVoy to get shot out of a cannon.
There we go. Second.
Second.
Let's build a trebuchet and get him. Go.
Next slide.
Okay, thank you.
All right, bringing this back in. Now, this is not an animation that's going to occur. This is the cover slide to the animations, but this is a snapshot of what the drones will appear. Again, we only have 300 drones, so you know the letter count, the animations is too much to achieve all that with 300.
Right.
The methodology that we used is starting with one patriotic animation, going to something local, either truly specific to Lake Worth Beach or specific to the state of Florida. So
Lake Worth Beach.
Yeah.
Come on.
very
We're paying for it. L-Dub.
there,
We're paying for it.
there'll be some very interesting animations in there that are specific to the town.
I can hardly wait.
I'm not going to bring it up, but it's been reviewed by numerous staff and PIO. Display times vary. Some may be displayed for 20 seconds, some may be displayed for 30 seconds, and then they move for 20 or 30 seconds. So that's how we kind of land on approximately the 15
amazing.
minutes in terms of the animation.
So cool.
Next slide. So in both these companies, Luna Light, who's providing the drones, and Light FX were both selected due to like a very robust portfolio of events spanning over 2.5 decades. And they've done a lot of very respectable performances. In terms of the shots being fired, we've already signed the agreement for the 6 minutes of fireworks, 11,708 fireworks ranging anywhere from 1 inch to 5 inches. They're going to start with 1 minute high volume fireworks, which is not something you would typically see. And then it'll level off for 3 minutes of steady, and it'll be a 2-minute grand finale where most cities may pull off a 30-second or a minute.
Mhm.
No one ever
That's
pulls
gonna
off
be
a
cool.
2 minutes. So we're kind of shrinking it down for this special effect for 250.
Short.
Next slide. This is kind of a general layout. Fireworks are going to launch vicinity of hole 7, the golf course. The performance area will be offset of the drone performance area. That's how they're able to keep the drones up. The free fall drop zone, they will drop zone into hole 6 of the golf course. The drones are going to launch vicinity of the paved area in front of the Snook Islands kayak launch area. The drone performance area, in terms of viewing area, the best viewing is essentially to the southwest. So the drones will not be facing due west. The viewing area will be Bryant Park. So when we think of the drones, they're not omnidirectional. So we can't, if you're north or if you're on the beach side, you're going to be reading the animation in reverse. You have to think of it like a television screen. Like the technology's not there where it's omnidirectional and illuminated on all sides. And even if it were, the animation would still read in reverse. So the primary viewing area, as you see the numbers there, 1, 2, and 3, kind of on the eastern side of the seawall there in Bryant Park. The number 1 indicates that's probably the best premium viewing. If you'd like to go to Mid Bryant Park, that would be a secondary location. And then the third area would be down there in the South Bryant Park area.
So get a spot at area 1.
Correct. That's the premium viewing.
We should charge.
I'll be dead.
She'll be
Hopefully not.
after the ambulances and the fire trucks leave. We'll have
These, in terms of the free fall for the vice mayor, this is the most professional and experienced team you could jump with.
She did. She repelled. She's our adventurous person.
They all have over 7,000 jumps. So next slide. Parking. So obviously parking is a concern in terms of Bryant Park due to some of the the road closures and the routing of traffic. So if you're choosing to come from the outside of the town or outside of the town in, we recommend you utilize the circuit, Uber or Lyft. We do have 12 surface parking lots, which have approximately 1,000 parking spots. That is counting the 600 parking spots at the beach. So if you choose to park on the beach and walk over, be mindful that the bridge is going to be raised and it'll be lowered, when the bridge master lowers the bridge. So be mindful of that. In terms of the main routes, working with PBSO, First Avenue South is going to be an inbound, and Second Avenue South will be the outbound flow of traffic. So there's not a bottleneck of cars. And I see Commissioner Rodriguez light on.
Okay, I heard what you just said, but then on this little mark, the map for the parking plan, it says the Lake Worth Bridge will be closed to vehicle and pedestrian traffic from 8 to 10. So it's not just going to be closed during the parachute jump. It's going to be
Correct.
closed for 2 hours.
Oh, yeah.
Correct.
So for whoever's parking at the beach, you're going to be stuck unless you want to swim.
Correct.
Or go to Lantana or go to Southern. I mean, they're all closed.
They're walking.
Southern is not. Oh,
No, I'm saying if they're walking from the beach
right. Well,
over, they won't be able to get back until after 10 p.m.
Correct.
Okay. Are we going to have those little signs that say that
Yes.
somewhere so people know?
We'll over communicate that.
No, I'm being serious.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
The signage is usually pretty good a few days in advance about the bridge opening and the streets closing. Okay.
The rideshare drop off. So if you choose to Uber, from your house or a Tri-Rail or wherever you park, that drop off is going to be in South Bryant, essentially in the vicinity of 4th Avenue and Gulf View area. And that's really coming at the recommendation of PBSO, working with them in terms of robust traffic management there. So traffic just flows in and out. In terms of paid parking, we do have 12 surface slots, one being the 600 slots on the far side at the beach. But there is the Bohemian Garage that's active. There are some private property lots that will have some of the churches are coming online. Many of them have anywhere from 100 to 200 parking spots. So they will be charging for conversation they've had. The city's not involved in it at all. Most of them are charging around $20 to park for the day, which would be a fair rate based off of city rates. Next slide. And these are just the addresses and locations of those surface slots, the 12 surface slots that we talked about. Next slide. And this is just those slots on a map graphic. Pending any questions, that concludes this concept overview for July 4th.
Somebody with some of the golf cart crew, they could make a lot of money just taking people from these lots up to Bryant Park. Fundraiser for the NAPC. Mr. McVoy?
What, and maybe it's in the backup, but maybe for people listening, you can remind it, what is the budget to do all this at this point? And then where are we on who's paying for it?
The budget was set by the commission. The ceiling was $115,000. The last time I looked at the budget, we were right around the $90,000 in terms of expenditure, obviously leaving money for overage or upcharges on anything.
And then so far for sponsors, we have 15.
The sponsors, I believe, were up to 10. I could turn that over to Mr. Dexter. He's been kind of managing that. I know 3 for sure and 7 pending.
Okay, go ahead.
We're at 15,000 plus 2 more. Right now we have 4, but we have about 7 that's pending right now of some of the sponsors that we have. Like we have Tri-Rail and things like that. Some major companies that want to be a part of it, like Coca-Cola, we sent out something to them as well. So we're just pending some of that, but actual sponsorship right now we have 4, and that's totaling about 18,000.
What about Benny's on the Beach? And is the fireworks a separate sponsorship? Or because I thought it was 15,000 to get that your logo up on the.
They're the presenting sponsor of the entire 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. event.
Okay, so that's separate from what you're talking about.
It's all bundled the same. The sponsorship deck was the same. It was a presenting gold, silver, and bronze for the levels.
But how much is the one that Benny's the big one? It's 15,000, right?
$15,000 sponsorship.
So is that the only? You're saying we have 15,000. So I'm wondering, is there more than 15,000 come in already?
Correct.
Okay.
It's all smaller amounts. So in terms of some of the naming rights or branding rights or recognition, it's either the presenting gold, silver, or bronze. some folks may call up, I'd like to donate $100.
Sure.
But it wouldn't fall in one of those categories. Some of those are lower tier sponsorships.
And I'm sure that either the Palm Beach Post or one of the TV stations usually does that for us as well. Okay. Miss May.
Just a quick question. How much does it cost to be a vendor?
So what we did with the vendors, we kind of like split them up because we know that price can be a lot. So like food trucks and trailers, what we did to be able to get those numbers, we kind of went around different cities, and with 4th of July being such a huge event, we want to make it, as less expensive as possible, because you got other municipalities that are charging food trucks anywhere from $500 to $1,000 because so many people come. So our food trucks right now are at $350, food trucks and trailers. Our arts and crafts is $120. Nonprofit and community organizations are $50. And like health and wellness, like dentist offices and things like that, $75. So we're really at a
Are you finding that you're getting?
Yeah, we have about 40 already.
40? Okay, great.
Goodness.
I didn't know how that exactly worked, and I'm glad that there's different levels.
Yeah, there's different levels.
Okay, thanks, Dexter.
Thank you. Mr.
I wasn't done, actually, but
You are never done, Mr.
that's why they're going to shoot me out of a cannon. You can come back. That's fine.
Thank you.
I just have a quick question. Is there going to be alcohol at the park this year?
Yes, currently we have 2 bars. Benny's is sponsoring one and Lilo's is sponsoring the second bar.
Okay, because didn't we have a year where we didn't have alcohol?
No.
I don't think
I
so.
think that was before my time.
I think that was the Halloween event.
Thank you.
Mr. McFoy?
Might have been. Just a question, I think less to staff and more to us as a commission. Do we have any sort of a policy on sponsors and who sponsors, who's allowed to sponsor? The reasons that I raise it is I've had constituents say, some of us may remember that when Tesla offered to sponsor something in the city, I don't remember now what, but something recently, relatively recently, there was a lot of concern that that was not something that there were a number of people in the community who were not happy about that association. The other concern that one hears a little bit is if it's a local business sponsoring, how do we sort of keep a firewall between, hey, we did sponsor that. Can you help us out with this later on? It's kind of icky to ask about that, but it's something that I think we need to be clear. What is our protection to keep it all, very clean and proper? So that's a question to the commission more than, and maybe staff has some input too.
I'll chime in on that. It's the First Amendment, and we can't, correct me if I'm wrong, we can't discriminate on content, which leaves us exposed like any other American thing. But I don't think we can on content. Some people like Teslas, some people don't like Teslas.
Madam Mayor, Christy Gott on behalf of the city, Lake Worth Beach. I think the issue that you're bringing up is with sponsorship or with naming policies, there's always the issue of the entity that wants to donate to have their name up or an advertisement up. And the concern that there may be some people that don't appreciate that, or down the line, you might find out something different about the person whose name is on your building. So there's always that concern. And if you're going to pursue such policies, such sponsorships, those are one of the downsides of it, that you might get a sponsor whose name's going to be up there that some folks in the community don't agree with. That's the downside of sponsorships, but it is kind of with First Amendment rights and treating everybody the same. You can't say, well, we like this vendor, we don't like that vendor, so we're going to allow them to sponsor and them not to sponsor. Same thing with naming rights. It's difficult to deny someone a naming right. You can set policies, you can set guidelines, but sometimes you're going to run into First Amendment issues and discrimination issues. So you have to be careful about that. That's the downside to those things. The other things is you can get a lot of money in for the city for donation and sponsorship purposes. The other thing that I think goes to your question is we do have a policy on political contributions for vendors. And that's a disclosure that has to be done anytime they bid or respond to like a solicitation. you could do something similar to that to be like a reminder. Oh, by the way, this person is now wanting this contract or something. They did sponsor a program or they did donate to the city. You could do something like that just so it's a reminder of everybody. But keep in mind, you also have Palm Beach County Commission on Ethics. And so everybody needs to keep that in mind to make sure that when you're voting on a contract, when you're doing something for a vendor, it should be based on what they're providing to the city and not a, past donation or potential future donation. So those all things have to ring true in every decision you're making. Okay.
And I hear you, and I appreciate that we do have an ethics commission in the city and or in the county rather, and that applies to us. I still have a degree, and I think there are people in the community of a degree of discomfort of, yes, it's on us as a commission when we know that somebody sponsored something or other, and then they come and they want something else done, that we absolutely don't in any way think about the fact that they sponsored something in the past and they might sponsor something in the future. But realistically, what is the actual mental and otherwise firewall between that? And I'm kind of hearing none, unless one wanted to perhaps have a policy that says only nonprofits can sponsor things or can have name recognition. That might.
And then you have nonprofits that some people don't like. I mean, you can't satisfy everybody all the time. It's the price of freedom.
I just raised it. I think, we ought to be able, and I don't know how to navigate all the legal things, but we ought to be able to, as a community, have certain flavors to us. We have traditionally, and there would certainly be things that many people in the community would not be happy about.
Well, some people don't like LGBTQ stuff, and we do. I mean, it's.
And we make a point of doing that. That's part of our flavor. That
Right.
We stand strongly.
And some people like Tesla.
Tesla's a bit different.
All right. Miss Malig and Mr. Segridge. Mr. Segridge was first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess my question to you, Mr. McVoy, is do you feel unduly influenced by somebody that wants to give back to the city? Are you afraid that you will not be able to be impartial if one of our sponsors comes before us?
I think it's a general question that human nature is what it is. And if somebody gives you something for free and then they come around a year later asking for something or others, it is just human nature.
So you're saying you're uncomfortable that
get muddy.
Sure. So you're saying you're uncomfortable.
I'm uncomfortable with us as a commission being in that position.
Well, you can be uncomfortable for yourself, but I for one am able to separate that. I think we do that all the time.
$20.
I've heard numerous times about great organizations that do great things for our city, that donate in ways of their time, of their service, of their treasure. And we praise them and we thank them because it builds our community. I think we need to be very thankful that we have great community members and businesses and organizations within our city that are willing to participate and make these events great. I'm sorry you feel that you can't be impartial because someone did something nice for the city. I, for one, I feel that I can be impartial for that. So I'm not concerned about that. In terms of outside sponsors and so on, we're trying to do great things in our city. And yeah, there are certain companies that people don't like and certain ideas and so on. And the mayor brought up some things and you shook your head at it. You got to recognize that we are a diverse community and not everything is going to please everybody. But if we're going to be offering, I mean, this event sounds incredible. My hats off to staff on this.
It's huge.
It's amazing. It sounds amazing. And for us to continue to be able to do this, we need to get our head out of the sand and reach out to the community beyond just our little echo chamber and invite everybody in. And the Tesla item, I thought staff did a wonderful job at that event. The Tesla people did show up. We had 2 members of our community there with signs, and we had about 4 members of people who didn't live in our town show up. the Tesla people interacted with those people back and forth. They had a good time. They showed off some cars. Had nothing to do with the politics of that. And it was a great event. And if we're going to do great events for our town and people, we need to make sure that, you know, we open our arms to everybody. So, you know, I'm very comfortable with it, and I'm proud to have any of our local businesses sponsor and get involved in this event. I'm very happy they're doing so.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I agree.
And thank you to them.
Yeah. I mean, donating 2,000 or something to the city is really not going to change my mind about something that they come in and ask for if it doesn't make any sense. Ms. Malaga.
I just want to say thank you to staff. I know
Yeah,
this
this
is
is huge.
This is you know, we've had a couple kerfuffles in the last couple of years. I'll leave it at that. And I was having a conversation today with interim city manager, Mr. Perry, and new interim assistant city manager, Tiana McKay, about people don't realize the importance of perception of anything that the city of Lake Worth Beach does. That's from people going to the golf course and thinking that we own the beach club and the reflection on that, and us getting blamed for bad fireworks. You know, we weren't out there with our staff lighting off fireworks and they didn't, but it comes back on us. So thank you for all your hard work as a team for working on this since last year. I'm very excited about the drones.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that maybe next year or the year after there won't be any fireworks at all. That's just me. I have to agree that I can separate decision-making, because when I look at somebody who's a good community partner, that's what it takes to make 7 square miles work. Is it takes community engagement. As a business owner here, I have literally volunteered and sponsored every single event that there is. And I don't see it as looking for favors. I look at it investing in the community. And that's what I see this as. It's an investment into the community that you want to invest in you, because all of our residents who support Benny's, who go there, who pay for the parking to experience either one of the restaurants, they're taking those funds and putting back into the city. And that's the way I look at it, is that money's coming back to us. It's return on the investment. So I'm thankful that Benny stepped up. $15,000, you guys, in the summer, by the way, is not a little bit of money for a restaurant to write a check for. When you look at the bad weather patterns that we've had, I'm thankful that, you know, that you guys were able to secure this and work on a relationship with Benny's being the sponsor and not bringing us a restaurant that's in Jupiter or West Palm Beach or someplace else, and allowing them to be able to support the community. But I too agree. I can totally separate all of those decision making, because what you do here has nothing to do with that. So thank you again.
Okay, Mr. McVoy.
I appreciate the multiple perspectives. I hear the perspective that we want to have local businesses be part of the community and contribute in, and that we are appreciative of the help. And I appreciate that everybody feels very comfortable that they can keep everything separated. I do want to comment a little bit, not on the local businesses, but Tesla is very closely associated with somebody who came into our federal government. And I personally know
Point of order. It doesn't
No,
matter.
not point of order.
Stop.
You all voiced an opinion.
I didn't say anything,
No.
but I think this is
Okay,
completely
multiple
inappropriate.
people did. I
All
would
right,
like
Mr. McVoy, the bottom line is we cannot discriminate on who gives us money.
but we can be
we
careful
cannot.
about it.
Well,
and
whatever that. No, you can't. Somebody comes to you and says, "I want to give you 1,000." I'm looking at the $7,500 for a gold
may I have the
sponsorship.
floor? I
No,
had the floor.
Mr. McVoy, I'm going to stop it, because we are here for a very specific reason. We can all talk about philosophical differences, but we're talking about what the staff is.
These are not philosophical
are.
differences.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Major
McVoy. I'm
governmental
going to stop you.
agencies
I'm going
have
to
been
stop you.
gutted.
I am
by
going to
somebody
stop you,
who
Mr.
promised
McVoy.
major savings and did 0.1%
Mr.
of
McVoy,
1% of what they
thank you very much. You're done. You're
Multiple
done.
people,
You're done.
agencies were trashed.
Thank you. And you're done.
That
Okay, let's keep going.
is a reasonable
Mr.
reason to not
McVoy.
want that associated with our city.
Jeez. But you don't listen to him. Okay, so where are we?
I'm jumping out of the plane.
You're jumping out of a plane. Jay, sure you want a parachute?
I vote for a parachute for the roads.
Okay, so Anything else that you need to go over? Are we done?
No, that concludes the presentation.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I don't blame you for that answer.
We really appreciate it. It's amazing. I live on South L Street and Second Avenue South, and you can't get into my neighborhood by the time this all starts. It's a remarkable. We're very well known for our.
It'll be even more crowded this year if you can't see it from the beach, from the golf course, too.
Yeah,
That'll be interesting.
we should get the witches to dance. Oh. Okay, thank you so much. Really, we very much appreciate it. And the levels of sponsorship, FYI, for the public are a gold sponsorship is 7,500. I'm not good at math. Silver is 5,000 and bronze is 1,000. And it's available on the website. And please join us. Thank you. Okie doke. New business. Purchase order. New business.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Madam Clerk, I didn't see any comments when I checked the website for public comments on any of these items. Have any come in?
There were no public comments as of 5 p.m. today.
I
Who made
couldn't-
the second for that item, please?
May
Mr.
and then
McCoy.
Big Boy.
Thank you.
Okay. New business B, contract with Linear Plans, Inc., DBA Corcat for Tropical Ridge Fitness Park Improvements Project. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Wait, no.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry?
You grab one of the blue cards
Oh,
from back there, put the item on, because I knew she was here for that,
oh, okay.
and bring it up to us, and then you can make your comment.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a comment, Ms.?
Well, yeah, but I think that Tiana's got a little presentation,
Oh.
yes, or something about it. It's-
Deanna McKay, interim assistant city manager.
Ooh.
Congratulations, by the way. Should we just make that public?
Thank
That
you.
Tiana is the interim
Thank you.
assistant city manager.
Very much looking forward to supporting the city in this role. And so we did create a map as per requested at the pre-agenda, which will assist with putting the vision of the
Okay.
plan together. So it is not to scale, but it does have all, we were directed on Friday, a long weekend, so it's not to scale, but it does give you all of the pieces that will be included into the park. So you do see we have the path to the new fitness area with the pour in place surfacing. We do have a new walkway that will be coming from the street for those who may have strollers or little ones, so they do not have to walk directly through the fitness area. There is a fence around the new play area. We also have a new inclusive seesaw, and that will be a tandem swing, but they do not have pictures of those in our program. So does anyone have any questions or comments?
My note, we had talked about security at the park, and where are we with that?
So security, are you speaking about the cameras?
Cameras, whatever.
So currently, we did speak with PBSO earlier today, and there currently are two Arlo cameras that are temporary. They're the type that you record. So there's no one sitting monitoring them, but they are there in place should they be needed. So if we were to in future put something more permanent that the city would be responsible for putting in place, and you did want to utilize those funds, I did connect with the county, and we would need to put in a request for a change order, but we could not use those funds again, like we mentioned, until the project is fully complete.
When you talk about the PBSO, is that one of the cameras like on a trailer? Or is it affixed to a building?
It's like a portable camera.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr.
Madam Mayor. They can take it, they can move it to different places, but I believe they've goes above a pole, and they just stationed two there because I think we were having some issues before, and they just wanted to try to monitor that area.
So they attach it to a pole. It's not on a trail. They had one in front of
Correct.
my house.
No, it's not on the trail.
Okay. Thank you. I've got a lot of lights on. Let's start with, I don't know who was first. It's hard to keep track. Miss Mays. Okay, well, we have public comment, but I also, yeah. Mr. Segrich, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Mayor. So we're doing new fencing all the way around because the existing fencing's kind of beat up and fallen apart.
We are not currently doing new fencing. We are going to close the gate in the back, so there will no longer be access from the alley, but we will not be putting new fencing around. The fence that's closing off the playground to make it safer for the children will be a new fence in front of that.
Okay. And then the very large banyan that's in there, over the years, I guess it had graffiti on it, and then someone painted it and so on. Is there any way that we've researched or looked at removing that paint and so on, or is it we're stuck with it? And if we're stuck with it, are they going to kind of refresh it and make it better? Part of it, the paint on it. It's like it's a little rough looking.
About taking the tree out.
No.
Oh, good.
No.
That's what I thought.
I don't know if that's a possibility. I know it's obviously not good for the tree to have the paint on it. It might not be a possibility of removing said paint, but is it part of our plan to make it less half paint, half graffiti kind of thing where it's at?
We do not currently have it in this plan for the CBDG grant, but it is something we can speak to staff about how we can improve the look of the tree.
Pressure wash the tree?
I'm not sure. We can look into that.
I think it would destroy the bark.
Would be good.
I think you're probably best off.
Okay.
My guess unofficially would be you're best off just
Mr.
waiting
McCoy?
for it to go away.
Mr. McCoy? Mr. McCoy?
Oh.
Your light's on.
Yeah, two things. I was just trying to get an idea. I saw in the backup somewhere that there was, I think, $55,000 for pouring new concrete. And I was just trying to get an idea of, and you mentioned this isn't to scale, but some idea, are we greatly expanding and do we have to have concrete under everything? Or is it possible to have something a little softer so when you fall down, you don't bang yourself up as much?
We do have our park superintendent here, Chris Hanna. So Chris, would you like to speak to the concrete? Thank you.
Hi, yes, Chris Hanna, Park Superintendent. The existing concrete underneath the fitness equipment will be removed and replaced with pour-in-place rubber surfacing. So a lot of the current concrete will be taken out of the park.
And replace, you said, with
pour-in-place rubber surfacing, similar to Head Start Osborne.
Okay, so
Not concrete.
Not concrete.
But yeah, I'm just trying to get my head around pour-in-place
It's
rubber. But
safety
okay.
surfacing.
Yeah,
A lot of other municipalities are going that route.
Okay, that sounds good. And then I had a totally unrelated. Thank you. Totally unrelated one, which I guess is not part of the CDBG. But if we do go to cameras, I would like to make sure that we look at the contract and understand clearly where the video data is allowed to go or not allowed to go. Because I know it's been an issue in some communities that it disappears into a national level database and all sorts of things that I don't really think we want to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Malega.
Hi. So I use the fitness park, believe it or not, and I own a gym at John Prince Park more than I use my own gym. One of the pieces of the equipment I think needs to be reconsidered, and that is the accessible hand cycle. You're only looking, and if we're going to do something like that, honestly, you want to do that near like a golf course or near paddle, what is that, pickleball or tennis courts. Most people who utilize that have gone through shoulder surgery, Tommy John surgery. And I think that since there's a playground here and that's more of a, I mean, I hate to say it, it's really a rehab is what it is. So it's a hand cycle. This is what you do. And it's to rebuild your shoulder or your elbows. And for $8,000, and that's what their price is on their website. I don't know what the price is to us. I just think that if we could get something to replace that piece that could be multi-use and be able to let all ages and demographics use it, $8,000 or whatever our cost is for that one piece of equipment, that footprint is small, and there's other pieces on their website that are just as small. And I think that there's
more wider use or wider.
or another
audience.
piece of cardio, like it's like an elliptical, but it's not really an elliptical because it's not a rack and pinion system. It's different. But there are other things that we could get instead of that. I just don't think that that's a good fit for that park, in my personal and professional opinion. Take it for what it's worth.
It's professional. I'll take it.
I don't know. When I was a kid, if you fell off the monkey bars, you hit the concrete, made you stronger. Okay, Ms. Lipinski. No, I'm not reading out of my glasses. Now come on up. I'm gonna put my glasses on and actually read your name. Oh, not far. Turn the mic on.
Hey.
Hi, Tamara Lipnick here. I live
Name and address.
at 428 North H Street. So I'm just a couple blocks north of where the TRNA playground is. I also have 3 children, 5, 2, and 4 months. So the park is very important to us. We have frequented it. But truthfully, my children would rather go to pretty much any other park in the surrounding area because this one is just not great. Okay. It has 2 little slides, a little rock wall. My 2-year-old can barely use half of this stuff, and my 5-year-old's getting too big for it. The left side has a little rock wall and monkey bars. The monkey bars are about 10 feet tall. My 5-year-old, like, he can't even reach it. It's not being utilized properly. And the fact that we're leaving, $78,000 of this grant on the table to not redo the playground is just ridiculous, in my opinion. I've voiced this to many people already, so I'm kind of surprised that we're at this point and none of this has been addressed.
Well, thank you. We don't respond, but we can ask questions.
My other comment is on the accessible seesaw that I just don't see being used ever by anybody, accessible or not. A 3rd or 4th swing would be useful, or just extending the playground, adding play equipment for younger and or older children. Something even similar to what's at South Palm Park. It would be great, but I just don't understand leaving this equipment as it is. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You know who the best people to ask about a playground is? Kids.
What do they know?
They know a lot. They're the ones who helped build Royal Quincy.
Sorry. Well, you can take a look at what the comment just was. Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second. Wait. Go ahead.
If we approve this, are we approving this as the final?
I was gonna say amend.
Yes, we would be, you're going to make an amendment?
Well, I mean, because Sarah brought up that piece of equipment.
Right. Okay.
And the existing playground equipment will stay. So what's new in the playground?
The new pieces would be the seesaw and the tandem swing.
That's it?
Correct.
Okay, so could we do something other than the inclusive seesaw?
We could potentially, I'd have to speak with the contractor. The problem is that I'm very limited with space there.
Okay.
For safety purposes. The current equipment is essentially too expensive to take out and replace.
Okay.
Where, we have 70,000, where South Palm new playground was double that.
Right.
So kind of handcuffed to what we have currently.
Okay. So the playground that's there, what, how it goes like by ages? What age is the playground that's there for?
That is a 2 to 5.
It's a 2 to 5. Yeah. And then when you put the tandem swing in, what age is that?
Any age.
Any age. Yep. And then the inclusive seesaw, let's say I'm not a handy capable person. Mm-hmm. Can I do it, have fun on it at all?
You could, certainly. The seesaw is kind of one of those larger age brackets, like 2 to 12 is what the industry calls it, like 2 to 5 or 5 to 12. So all of those ages.
But could you get something else in that place that could be a 2 to 12?
I could look into that. Just to see what my possible options are.
I think we should do that.
Okay.
I mean, at least look at it. I don't know if there is a requirement to have an ADA equipment.
Right.
If there is, well, then we have to look at that. But if there's not, then I do hear what she's saying, because if we're not, anything that we add to it should be for as many children as possible.
Right.
In my humble opinion. I do like the fact that there's the walkway for the strollers because that was part of the feedback that we were given. I like the fact that there's going to be new benches. We did talk about with the $70,000 that it isn't going back into the pot. It will be spent there. We're just not sure exactly on what yet because we have some contingency issues. We may use it for more safety. We may use it for a some sort of a shade piece. So we have some wiggle room with that. So to our resident that just spoke, it is not just being thrown away. We are using it. We are just not using it yet. Because when you make these plans, sometimes they are a little bit more expensive when it actually comes to doing it. So you have to give yourself a little leeway. Completely understandable. So Chris, if you could look and see if you could find something that would be maybe you said it was 2 to 5 for what's there.
Yeah,
So something for 5 up that doesn't take a huge footprint. Could be monkey bars. Like rings, it could be rings, like they could do that, standing rings, something like that, where it could be something that more kids could use.
Let's see if there's consensus for that.
I'm just these are the ideas I'm hearing. Uh-oh. Here comes the money,
Here comes
lady.
the boss.
Kill my dream.
Here comes the boss.
You turned it off. There you go.
Good evening. Valentina Sesteda, Assistant Finance Director for Purchasing. So I just wanted to explain a little bit about the CDBG grant.
Just a little.
I will. Excuse me. So we received the funds from CDBG prior to going out to bid. They have approved the scope. We went out. We received bids and CDBG has approved this project as is. So I just want you to be aware that if we do make any changes to this, we will have to bring this back to the CDBG. They will have to review it and then approve it or disapprove it. So whatever change we make, we have received the approval from CDBG to utilize the funds as they are at this amount to pay for exactly this.
How flexible are they?
I would say
we're not making a huge.
We're not making a huge change. However, it is up to them to approve it as their funding. I don't see that they will, but that is my personal opinion. So we don't know how they will.
But on the other hand, and with all due respect, we brought it to Tropical Ridge. It's not like these statements are new. We've been hearing this the entire time. So I think it's worth finding out. In my humble opinion, I don't know what my colleagues think, but that's where I am on it.
Is the inclusive seesaw the only ADA piece in the park?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Malega, then Mr.
But there is one in Bryan.
Yeah. Ms. Malega?
Thank you. So when we went to the ribbon cutting 3 weeks ago, Adopt a Family for their new playground, I watched and all these kids were waiting patiently.
Oh, there was that crazy thing.
And they all gravitated to a spinner, which was tall. And I mean, like 12 kids jumped on it. And it's a smaller footprint. It may not be ADA compliant. Or, I think that that's something to look, because I really paid attention. It was a lot of older kids who jumped on it. When I say older, I mean like 6 to 12. So I think that may be a good piece. I am in favor of amending the motion to also, Tiana and I and Mr. Perry today spoke about the presentation that we're having on Thursday in regards to ARPA money. And there is some funds on some of those park projects that didn't get utilized completely. I would like to put it out there that if we need to, because I know Spillway has money, but there's no plan for Spillway, but there were 2 other park projects that had leftover funds and the projects were completed. Maybe staff can bring us back and say, okay, if we use the funds from this park project and from this one, from the ARPA money that was allocated, we could compensate and cover adding or making a change without changing the CDBG.
But is there room to do physically? Is there room to do?
Well, the spinner thing is just, it's like.
No, but I'm saying if the suggestion is to keep it as it is without having to go back to CBDGB, all those letters. Is there room to put that spinner on there?
Well, that's what I'm at. I mean, that would be from staff, but again, I think that
it seems I don't have one ADA piece of equipment.
And I don't think that the CDBG, if we said, hey, I mean, if there was a part that we couldn't get our piece of equipment, we'd have to put a change order in. right? So to me, it just makes sense if we're going to do this and we're spending the money, do it right. So I would like to amend the motion, have the motion maker amend her motion to give staff direction to possibly bring back adding a piece of equipment like the spinner thing that all the kids loved, changing out that one piece that was the arm rotation, and seeing how much money we have in those other park projects that we didn't utilize that we could help offset the cost in addition to the CDBG.
So go back to CDBG.
Yes, if we can. If we have support, yes.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay. Mr. McVoy?
What I'm hearing, and I understand that it's one resident from the community, but it's a resident who seems to be a user and has children of a range of ages. What I'm getting a sense is that we're not 100% out of the woods on optimizing the equipment on it and the placement and the type and whatnot. I would feel more comfortable, and how we get there, I'm somewhat open. We go back to CDBG. I get the sense that probably if we say, hey, look, there's been some community feedback, maybe we need to make some slight adjustments on it, in this instead of that. I suspect they'll say, yeah, that's fine. If your community's on it, you're probably okay. Or if we can make sure we leave enough room that if we're going to spend some of the different pot of money, that we can in fact fit in some of the things. It just feels to me like we're not totally out of the woods of, and I get, we're not going to please everybody for everything for all the things, but it doesn't feel like this one is totally cooked yet.
And now we're going to hear from our purchasing director.
I just wanted to also warn that we have gone out to bid, we have issued intent to award, we have prepared the contract. If we make too many changes in this scope at this time, this may trigger a requirement for the rebid.
Could you find that out for us? Could you make a phone call?
And is there also a clock ticking that?
Yes, I don't have with me right now, but we can definitely ask for the extension. We can ask those questions and come back to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Segrich? Do it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would be in agreement with what you guys are saying. I do agree with Mr. McVoy, the design. I have a question just kind of on the process, right? It seems like the process was we said, okay, let's do this project. And we had a rough idea of what that was, right? And try to get the grant for this project. We get the grant or notify that we get the grant. So we put it out to bid. And at that point, we have some sort of a design in mind. Then we get that approved by CDBG, and then it all comes to us for approval. At this stage, we're sitting here going, wait a minute, we don't necessarily agree with that design, right? Whether it's a minor thing or a major thing, it could be a major thing, right? I'm just curious about the process, because it seems like it would have been better if it came to us for final approval of the design prior to going to CDBG. So I'm just wondering, is it just that that's how our process works? The way I kind of feel right now is it's another situation of approve it or we may lose it. And I don't like feeling that way about these things, or approve it or it's going to be so tough and difficult to get it changed. So my question's on the process. Am I correct in my assumptions on kind of how this went, or what's with the process here?
Well, that's one of our problems with everything. It comes to us like an ordinance. We don't get to look at the ordinance before it comes to us for action, which is sometimes frustrating. But you're saying, should we have looked at the actual design before we applied?
Should we have been approving essentially we're approving the design and the monies and everything all at once. Whereas to me, it would have made more sense to say, okay, here's the design that our contractor came back with. Are you guys cool with it? Tweak it then, and then go forward. Because I'm assuming the contractor helped with the design. It wasn't like we knew we need this piece of exercise equipment or this is the right playground piece to put in there.
No, I'll speak to that. Stuart Sword, interim director of leisure services. So the process started obviously with conceptual designs. We went to the neighborhood association and set at Compass Building and showed them multiple different designs. One of the designs, to your point, Commissioner Segrich, we had a modified version of the fitness park that was going to go in Bryant, trying to bring similar equipment into other footprints throughout the community. They were not a fan of that, and we landed on some of the legacy fitness equipment. So in terms of that process, I know we definitely did the community outreach and received the feedback, and the resident that commented was there at that meeting, and we spoke with her and them at the time, and it's a process, and Valentina can probably speak to it while she's here. We are essentially on execution timeline, so we do have some planning constraints. This is a December completion. Now we could go back and ask for an extension, but this process here, we're gonna have to go back to that contractor, like Valentina alluded to. This may involve us having to go back out the bid. So I think we can do a dipstick on that and see if that's possible. But then the other bidders may need to also get a chance to rebid that process, which obviously at that point we would not meet that December deadline, and we can request extensions. And we have done that on other projects and come very close to the final extension.
No. Okay, sorry. I can't speak right now to exactly where deadlines are. However, if we significantly change the scope, we cannot amend this. So we will have to go out to rebid. I'm not saying that we cannot go out to rebid this. We can definitely. We will have to have some additional time, and we will request the time, and we can discuss this with the CDBG.
So I guess
So
my question is when we bid it out, I don't recall us having specific equipment mentioned in the bid. It seemed to be just a more general size and scope of we're redoing the fitness equipment, we're redoing some of the playground equipment and keeping some.
So I'm sorry, I'll correct you. Yes, we did have a specific pieces of equipment listed we did, or equivalent. So they would have to provide a very specific. There's several manufacturers, and we have used that. So we did have a specifics. So I don't see the CDBG. We have changed throughout the years, multiple types, but not at this stage. When we actually went out to bid, CDBG bidding process is very complex. It's in addition to our rules and regulations. So it is, as I said, we have not been in this situation, so I cannot speak to that.
Basically, we did approve these specific pieces of equipment prior.
Yes, that is correct. Before we went out to bid, I'm not sure whether the actual scope came to the city commission. I don't think so. I'm not sure. But when it came to us for bidding, that's when.
I have two women up here but I have Mr. Perry's light on, and I always call staff first. Let's have Mr. Perry speak.
Madam Mayor, what I was going to do is recommend let us take your comments back and take a look at it and make some phone calls over the next few days. And if we can add it to the June 2nd agenda, or whatever the case might be, or the second meeting, whatever the case might be, but at least give us an opportunity to go back and look at some of your concerns and try to address them.
Thank you. Ms. Villegas' light was on first.
Okay, so I appreciate that. I appreciate staff. I don't remember ever getting this backup with the pieces of equipment listed, because I would have brought this up at that point. So maybe that was part of the RFP process, but it wasn't part of our process. Food for thought. If we can't pivot and turn the CDBG, maybe we can then look at the money that's left in those park budgets and just add 2 pieces of equipment to bring the park to completion. That was my thought. Again, I can't remember the dollar figure. It's in the ARPA money for the park, so we didn't complete. Maybe then we can add some pieces and bring it all together and tie it up in bow.
And I have one thing to add to hers.
Okay, Ms. May?
If there's not enough room in the park, because I hear that that's a problem, take out the seesaw, leave it blank, just cancel that from the order, because I don't think you need to do a whole change order if you cancel one piece of equipment. Right. I don't know, but that might work. Leave that blank. And then when we're done with the leftover money, we can put in a piece there. Then we don't have to mess with CDBG. We don't have to do an extension. We see what we can do so that we can do that, but pull out those 2 pieces and we'll put them in later. So the piece with the do-to-do and the boo-ba-doo. Okay, does that make sense? And then we don't have to worry about it. I mean,
So,
yeah, I'm the motion maker.
Again, any change in the scope will have to be approved by the CDBG. It's not just the financial implication, it's everything they have approved. So we will go back and we will ask those questions and get back to you with all of those options that you have.
Okay.
But that's the.
I tried.
David, did you want to say something?
Yeah, so so in that case, I think it would be nice if we could look at the process and so on, because a couple of times we've gotten to this point and it's been a source of frustration for the public as well as for us as well as for staff, where it's like, okay, and I know there's a delicate balance, right, of too many cooks in the kitchen with some of this stuff. And but it seems like with this, where at the end we really don't have much of a choice of what to do here other than just approve, right? And when we have scenarios like that, I think it's very important that we get that equipment list or this diagram earlier in the process, so that we don't have essentially tonight's discussion. Let's have tonight's discussion 4 months ago, or however many months ago it needed to be. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. We should have a little more schematic, like what is it really going to look like? So I don't think that.
Because people get frustrated with us because they say, "Hey, you're flip flopping on some of this or doing that,"
Oh, yes, people get frustrated.
and reality.
They're delighted with this conversation. Our staff, they're so glad that we're doing this. It keeps them from being
Thinking
bored.
maybe not, but.
I see smiles.
Phone calls and get back to us. Okay.
So, for approval in the meantime, Christie?
Bring it back.
Yeah, I think we'll bring it back. I'm going to rescind my
We're gonna
motion.
know.
So I'll make a
more.
motion to table this until June
June.
2nd.
Thank you. Do you
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Who was
And
the
if we
seconder?
can-
I apologize.
Everybody seconded.
I just need one.
Malega. Ms. Malega.
If we
And
find out that we can't do it,
We'll just go ahead.
we'll go from there. But let's at least ask the questions.
And we're agreeing to put this on this June 2nd agenda as an add-on because we're all here and we're agreeing.
Yeah, and I time certain it.
And is that realistic that soon for the getting answers to all these questions and things? Or at least approximate?
We will ask the question. We hope that we can get the answer. If we do not get an answer ready for you, we will definitely let you know.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
moving right along. Yeah, we don't mean to be annoying, but sometimes we are. I love when somebody says, I hate to interrupt, but I'm going to. Okay, next one. Oh, okay, here we go. Next one is Street Painting Festival 2026 closeout report. Okay. Were you going to the bathroom? Comfort break? Okay. Do we want to live? We need a comfort break. We're uncomfortable. We'll be right back.
I think I am, but I just,
Madam Mayor, it is 9:15 and we have reconvened.
Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay.
Thank you all for your patience.
Yeah, really. All right. Street Painting Festival 2026 closed. New business C.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening. So we are going to start with a street painting festival wrap up. And we'll go through the wrap up, and then we also have our event management team here from Sunfest. So if there's any follow-up questions, we do have them here to assist with answering any questions you may have. So let's start with our wrap up, a look back at 2026. So we're going to go through some of our festival facts, survey results from our attendees and businesses and artists in our media summary, and then the financials. So festival facts and community impact. We had 347 total art pieces created by 843 artists. That was a 38% increase for this year.
Does that include the box art?
Yes.
Okay.
No. Yeah, it did, yeah. So, and then we have 68 featured artists from 18 different states, including one from India. And we had a 42% increase in featured artists. We also had 484 students representing 31 schools and a 30% increase. So community impact, we had 194 volunteer shifts completed with a total of 782 volunteer hours. Volunteers were comprised of Sunfest community members, nonprofit partners, and local community members. We had nonprofit partnerships. So the partnership with the Lake Worth High School JROTC was continued as we did last year, and there was a donation provided of $3,500 to the group in return for their assistance with their parking setup and teardown. We had 6 local cultural nonprofits partnered to provide children's activity in the art yard. And we had 45 local businesses supported the event through donations and sponsorships, as well as 22 local bands, entertainers performed across 2 days and 5 stages.
Are we supposed to ask questions?
Yes.
Just a quick one. When we say local, is this Lake Worth Beach, Palm Beach County, or Florida?
Palm Beach County.
Thank you. The local, when they say 45 local businesses, 22 local bands, I mean, is that Palm Beach County, Florida? So it is Palm Beach County. Thank you.
Yes. And this year, our street painting merch sales, this year we sold Street Painting Festival keychains, t-shirts, and hats again. And the profit collected from the sales was $2,323 and was divided up between the Lake Worth Women's Golf Association, who had been working on the golf club centennial, and the LDUB Run Club, who is working on the library spoken at 5K.
How did they get chosen? I'm just curious. I don't have any problem with that. I'm just curious how that happened.
Stuart Sword, Interim Director of Leisure Services. Those two nonprofit entities were selected due to their activity with current events for this fiscal year within the community. And the Women's Golf League and the Run Club are taking on 2 very line shares tasks.
Was it an application process or?
No, that was not an application process.
Okay, thank you. It's great, 2 great things.
So then we have some surveys, results from our attendees. And we asked, was this the first time that you'd ever attended the Lake Worth Beach Street Painting Festival? And 27% said no. So said yes, and 73% said no. Go ahead.
How many people answered this? That's what
It was over 300.
Over 300 people out of
100,000.
We guesstimate that come.
Well, we say 100,000.
So was this done online or was this done at the actual site?
We had QR codes at the site, and then we also did follow-up surveys on social media to capture if anybody else had anything else. Where's your primary residence? Palm Beach County, 79%. We had some from elsewhere in Florida, and elsewhere in the US was 8%, and outside of the US was 2%.
What additional activities did you perform while attending the street painting festival? Eat at a downtown restaurant was 66%. Shop at local storefront was 42%. And visit one of our Lake Worth Beach landmarks is 27%. And how much money did you spend while you were attending? Majority responded with between $0 to $50, 42%, and 51 to 100 was 33%. And 19% said spent between 100 and 200.
I think for next year, if we could ask, how did they get to the street painting festival? Tri-rail, Brightline, walk, car, or circuit? That, I think that would help us. I think with the parking situation and stuff and promotions in the future, because if we have like 1% say I took the tri-rail, well then we don't advertise on tri-rail. But I think that'd be a good question for next year.
Okay. And please rate your overall experience at the Lake Worth Beach Street Painting Festival. 5 stars was 73%, 4 stars was 21%, and 3 stars was 5%, and 2 stars was 1%. Would you attend the Lake Worth Beach Street Painting Festival again in the future? 93% said yes. So now onto our business survey results. Did you extend your business onto the sidewalk during the festival? 33% said yes, 67% said no. How would you rate your financial impact during the event compared to standard operations? Under 20% said 33%. 21 to 50% increase, 17%. And we saw 33% with 100 to 200% increase.
Did anybody lose money?
Mr. Segwich was first, then Ms. May. What? What's the question?
So, kind of, how was the question phrased? Were businesses able to say that they had a decrease, or was it phrased just with these particular answers?
Come on up to the microphone. Yep.
There was one other option for a decrease, and we had one business owner respond that they had a decrease. It didn't give percentages on the decrease one, just generic decrease.
And these were restaurants as well as retail?
Correct. Anyone, the distribution, I think, went to the Lula list, if I'm correct. Yes. Mhm.
Say what?
The Lake and Lucerne business owners list.
How many businesses replied to the survey?
We only had 6 respond to the survey. Just
Can you please state your name for the record?
sorry, Suzanne Neve with Sunfest.
And how do you spell your last name? Suzanne.
Neve.
Thank you.
And how do we get the survey to the business owners?
We sent out an email to them through the business advisory list that we have.
And only 6 responded.
But I think also the business advisory list is not an expansive list of the downtown.
Yeah, we
but
gotta figure that one out.
It's close.
Ms. Valiga?
Thank you. And I think that, again, this is what the business advisory board is going to come in next year. If we have to do a door to door, like I did with the CRA's pamphlet 2 weeks ago, I literally went door to door and passed out information on the new marketing campaign and left literature for the decision maker, because business owners do get busy. And if they see something in their spam, they're not going to answer it. But I think that when you look at 6 respondents, 33% looks great, but it's not really 33%. And one is, I will tell you, as a business owner downtown, I always lost money on street painting festival because nobody would come to the gym. So, and the only way we made money was to sell parking spaces. So I think it's important to capture that information for the businesses across the board. So that's something that we will have to work on next year.
Yeah, I think a door to door.
Yeah.
Yep. Mr. Segridge?
Well, also, given that it's 6 respondents, if one of them said they had a decrease, that's a significant percentage number. Why isn't that in our presentation? Did we scrub it only to show the good stuff?
No, I just put it in the 0 to 20%. It just was next time I'll make sure I categorize it as an actual decrease.
Well, I know of a good number that would have responded now, with a decrease.
Okay.
But
Keep going, please. Carry on.
Okay, so media summary. We had more than 150 media clips. We had coverage from local newspapers, Palm Beach Post, Sun Centennial, and national outlets like Yahoo News and Travel and Leisure. We had more than 75 TV hits. And the audience reach was more than 100 million potential people. The publicity value for our clips, the earned media publicity value was more than 525,000.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Malega.
Thank you. Next year, for whatever media, I mean, I see the two people who are sitting up here who made the news on WPB up in Channel 12. I think that it would behoove us to do outreach to on the Haitian radio, as well as the Spanish TV stations. That's a huge market. It's a huge audience. It is a huge demographic in our city. And majority of those two communities do not watch WPBF or Channel 12. I think that that's something that we really should hone in on for next year.
Thank you. So then you can see some of our social media. You can see the large spike where we started reaching over 400,000 views. And that's on on Facebook, and then on Instagram, you'll also see where it spikes over the weekend of the festival. On the next slide, you'll see some of our posts where you're seeing how many eyes were on different strong posts that we had. We're getting over 60,000, 40,000, 39,000. So you can see we're getting a lot of likes. So those were some of our more popular posts.
Miss May, and then Mr. Seg.
We do, but mine's triggered with animals. Did you make sure to write that down, Stu, for next year, to definitely do more posts about don't bring your dogs. It's and not in a bad way. It's just not
fair to the dog.
It's not fair, and we have to press that more. I tried to bring it up every time I was on the news, but it's just not fair. No, I didn't get hate mail. Not for that.
Mr. Segrich.
I mean, on that topic, it's very hard to tell the people who want to bring their dogs to all events like that not to do it. They're going to bring it anyway.
Yeah, but
I understand that it's inhumane, but I mean, as a dog owner that doesn't let our dogs associate with other dogs, there's a certain group of people, if they're going to bring their dog, they're going to bring their dog. Whether you tell them it's illegal, not illegal, they're going to do it.
But there are some that if they hear "don't bring your dogs," won't bring the dog.
I guess, but with the social media, were we doing any paid social media boosts, or is this all organic?
No, it's all organic.
Okay.
Okay.
So then we had some total cash sponsorships increased, as well as we had in-kind sponsors valued at 52,000. So you can see some of our logos there. Would you like to speak about the Tri-Rail partnership?
Yeah, sure. Just Stuart Sword, Interim Director of Leisure Services, just highlighting the Tri-Rail ridership that day did rank in the top 50. I think if there says top 100 for all time on Saturday and Sunday in terms of the Tri-County region. So that's Palm, Broward, and Dade. So you could have been far down in Dade and rode up on the Tri-Rail. So in terms of the reach and transportation platforms, it did seem like the Tri-Rail was a good option. Hence one of the shuttles picks up there.
We provide the shuttles, right? We have the shuttle back and forth.
Correct.
Miss May.
Could you get on the Tri-Rail and say you're going to the Street Cleaning Festival and pay $5 and get off somewhere else?
That definitely could occur. So you go to the kiosk, and when you declare Lake Worth Beach as your stop, so you buy your ticket, that's when that fee would be activated.
Okay. Continue.
Next up, we have our revenues, which we had mentioned that there was an increase in the revenue from the original backup that you had received. So our sponsorships was 15,069. The beverages was 14,878. From the food concessionaires, we had the 22,000, and then we had our Bohemian parking garage revenue, which was 5,099. Total revenue was 57,046. Next, we would like to extend a very big thank you to our Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office and Palm Beach County Fire Rescue for all of their assistance during the festival, leading up to and keeping us safe throughout the festival. We very much appreciate them. And thank you to all of our volunteers, our city staff, the Sunfest team, the commission, and our entire Lake Worth Beach community as a whole. This event really is a team event. Thank you so much.
Okay, Ms. Malega has a question.
Spoiler alert, save the date. Yes, there's Valentine's Day and Super Bowl and things. So we're going later. A lot of the festivals, we're following the same pattern as the other festivals in the area. So we are later.
What is Super Bowl? Isn't Super Bowl January?
It's going to be on Valentine's Day this year. It's really,
That's cool.
yes. It's affecting the
flow.
sequence of events in county.
Darn them. Ms. Malega?
First, I apologize to everybody for not being on the pre-agenda meeting. I was having technical difficulties that we're still working through. So I apologize that I wasn't part of the conversation. I did hear the mayor bring up VIP, which I spoke to Tiana about today. At Pride Fest a couple years ago, we really honed in on a VIP tent, which was limited access, limited tickets. And I think it was open bar, but we had like sponsors for the alcohol. I think that that's a great way for the city directly to gain revenue from this, make it a city VIP tent with air conditioning, trailer bathrooms, an elevated experience. But I think that that's something that the city should really, and I support that, should focus on.
I want to respond to that. It used to be, one of my things I'm going to bring up is local sponsors, small sponsors. It used to be if you sponsored a square, there was a tent on the Cultural Plaza and you would go in. It was nice. You could get a drink. You could sit down because they roped off a place to actually sit down. That was very nice. I don't know. So you're suggesting like buy a VIP ticket?
Yeah, and then we could sell it to whoever. If you got somebody who's coming from Deerfield or Boca and they want to buy $100 VIP ticket that goes to the city and just do a limited number of them, I think that would be a good revenue generator and elevate the experience in general. Because there's a lot of times where you can't get into a bar or a restaurant in town and the bathrooms are backed up and I will not use a porta-john, and I don't even drink $100 of alcohol, but I know I would buy it.
She is a snob. And she's a bit of a germ. Okay, but I want to talk about it sort of along those same lines. I do want to talk about the local sponsorships. I have, since it started, sponsored a square. I think it's up to like 350 or something now. I would like, and it was a source of pride. I mean, this is 30 years going on now. You had the thing in, law office of Betty Resch. It came out every year. That's fallen by the wayside a little bit. And I would like to see that brought back because I think, even if like I'm a business, so I would pay the 350, but and since they had different sizes of squares, I would like to see, perhaps a resident rate, for $150 or $200 to sponsor a square, to have it provides ownership. Every year I got a photograph of my square. I just got one. Somebody just sent me one. And of course I got the Obamas every year. There was a weirdest thing. Michelle Obama, the Obama family. They read me like crazy. So I would like to see more of that coming back. I would like to see, that somebody can contribute $150 or $200 to the street painting festival and get a small square. I don't know how other people feel about that, but now I wouldn't say 150 or 200 would get you into the VIP tent, but a business 350 and above, or I don't know how, but I mean, that does it. Yeah, I think it should be separate because, if I spend 350 on a square and I get in the VIP tent and somebody else can spend 100 or 200.
I completely agree. Separate. Sponsorship tent and a VIP tent should be completely separated.
If there's any interest in that, it's interesting to think about, but I really want to see, or just a sponsor. I mean, either one. I would just like to see more of the coming back with the things on the thing. It's every year I would look, where's my square? Where's my square? People would do that. So I would like to see more in that proposal for that. I also had, did somebody bring up at the pre-agenda meeting the local restaurants and the sort of problems that they have? And we talked about perhaps a side street devoted to local restaurants. I don't know how that would work, but I that's the one thing I've heard all through the years is that the restaurants don't really like it because it's this giant crowd in front of the restaurant and they're walking around and they're not really sitting down to eat. So that's something I'd like to talk about. I have another note that I can't read here. Oh, the featured artists. Are they all paid?
Suzanne Eve again. The featured artists are their travel and lodging is all paid for. Their expenses are all covered. However, they are not giving themselves like a cash stipend above
Right.
and beyond that.
And we had how many of them this year?
68 was it? Sorry, I can't remember.
Set us back.
Well, that's all within the travel. It's all within the artist budget. There are a significant number of them that are local that we don't have any expense for. So, and the majority of them bring their own supplies because they have their preferred supplies. So we don't have costs on supplies like we do with the other artists. We get most of, all of our lodging is within, walkable for all of them within Lake Worth Beach. So
So how much did we spend on housing and stipend with it?
I'd have to pull it. Yeah.
Because that comes off the bottom line. I mean, that comes off.
It's all within the contract itself.
Right. But I mean, it's something that it sounds like a sizable amount of money that we're spending on the featured artists to come in. Yeah. All right.
It's within the contract that we've negotiated with. It's under their expenses.
Okay.
The event management company's expenses.
Okay. Mr. Segrich and then Ms. Malego. I don't know who was first.
Thank you. I would agree. You know, so like some of the other events in the area that they do a tent, a special tent for an area that's you know, laid out with its own facilities and stuff like that. Evening on Antique Row, I thought did a nice job of it. So I would be supportive of exploring something like that. I think we do have to be careful of space.
Yeah.
It's down to very crowded during that. I would, you know, I brought up in the pre-agenda about some of the local restaurants. Some of them do better, but a good majority of them, it's a very painful weekend for them, and it's right in the middle of season. So it's even more painful. I mean, really big numbers that they get. So some way of exploring, can we get them involved in the food or some way for them to be more involved in that? Because, you know, for them running a restaurant, then seeing a food tent or a beer tent right outside their front door that's ran by somebody who has no connection to our town, it's kind of like insult to injury for them. So really would like to see us try to figure out something of that. One of the other things that does come up for some of our restaurants that cater to people who utilize valet is how do we accommodate that? Now, this year, I was able to assist some of them in finding private parking lots, and they were to set up. But accommodations for them to have some sort of drop-off point, and that became a little bit of a contention where we weren't even allowing them to have a drop-off point 1 block away on the perimeter. So it's just some thought and consideration to that, because they do pay for their permits, you know, and then that is taken away for those days. And I understand it's one weekend, but for some of those restaurants, you know, their customers, that's a large portion. They're not going to want to, you know, park and walk through all of that or deal with trying to find that parking. So those are some of the things, but overall feedback, it was an amazing event. Absolutely amazing. You know, and we're very, I think we're all very happy that it's continuing to grow, and the numbers are great. You know, in terms of the increase, it was great this year to participate in the featured artist events and get to know them a little bit better. But I will also echo the mayor's concern about the sponsorships. I sponsored a square as an individual in the past. I didn't get reached. No one reached out to me on that level. I was notified of it, you know, as a commissioner from Leisure Services, but no, you know, it didn't seem like we were going back through our past sponsorships and really farming that and
mentioned at all
and getting that. And it's an important part of the community event, because I remember when I sponsored my first, I got tons of pictures from friends and so on. I got to know the artist. Turns out the artist was staying in my friend's house. You know, it was just a very cool way of connecting with the artist and the event itself. So.
And there's different. We used to have different sizes. There was a smaller square, you know, 350. You got a pretty good square. Yeah, I've done it every year for 30 some years.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Ms.
We can
Miller?
take. Oh, go
Okay,
ahead.
no, go ahead, go ahead.
Just gonna say we can take those recommendations back. Both we can look at, VIP model for a tent VIP model. And I know that we did meet with the business owners in advance, but the earlier we start, the better. And joining together with them and speaking to them about how we can get them more involved at a jump at start would be better, of course. So we can get on that as well.
And the local sponsors like us and people that we're talking about, that with all due respect, doesn't really need to be part of the corporate part of it. It's really more the neighborhood part of it. So if the city took control of that rather than Sunfest, I feel like it's more connected. It would just be easier to be. I mean, they did it for 35 years or however long they did it. Ms. Belega?
So on that note, as a business owner, and I've been very transparent with staff, I don't like the numbers that I'm seeing. For 100,000+ people coming to our city and us only netting 50,000, it makes me a little unhappy because it is a lot of strain on our city. Some of our businesses do very well and other businesses don't, right? So we have to work together with you in this partnership to figure out how do we create more revenue for the city? How do we make it fair for the businesses, for the residents? Like my gym always sponsored it. And then one year they stuck all the kids in front of me and I'm like, please don't ever do that again because every parent wanted to use my bathroom for their child.
Oh, geez.
So then we moved them down to across from the post office. So we've all been here for years. And that's why you guys have been here now. This will be your third year, correct? I would like to see, I don't see the whole deep dive into the contract, but I'm hoping that there could be some cutouts like we were just talking about where the city can take on a portion of this, like the VIP tent or the local sponsorship, and those proceeds come to the city versus the big stuff that you guys are doing. I think that with all due respect, the people who need valet, it's 2 days and their walk-in traffic should weigh anything that they're losing on that. Maybe that is the answer. Maybe if instead of a VIP tent, maybe we get with one of these higher line restaurants. Like I know poor Paradiso, there were 4 of us in Paradiso.
Oh, that'd be great.
4. And I'm thinking maybe Paradiso or one of those restaurants would want to be the VIP place. And, it would help with them. They, then we could talk about maybe splitting that sponsorship between the city of Lake Worth Beach, partnering with that restaurant, keeping the Sunfest entity out of it and saying, this is our VIP location. You can buy an extra ticket or buy, a fancy card or whatever, and it gets you entrance into Paradiso and work something out with any of those restaurants, Oceana, Rustico. Well, Rustico's way too small, but one of those restaurants who, like I said, when we went there were literally 4 people in Paradiso. And I think a lot of it is that's where the featured artists are. And people are so honed in on the art. And, it's not, they don't have the outside party element, if you will. So I think that there are some great things that we can work through, together with the 3 entities. But I think that every year we can just elevate it. This year, I always do this to you guys. I say, what if we did? And then bam. So thank you for the amazing VIP welcome party for the artists that you put together in like a week or something crazy. I got a lot of good feedback at that event. One lady did tell me, I can't remember, she's a local here, but she tours a lot. And she said that a couple of the cities that she goes to, the featured artists also have lunch delivered to them at their site from like a local restaurant or whatever. Like, no, it wasn't Darlene. Not Le Flou, but it was like, she said they'll bring us a box lunch and, like bottles of water. And so you guys did do that.
Yep.
Okay. For all the featured artists or for all the artists?
Featured artists.
Okay. My last thing is, what is our agreement? When I hear you say room and board and, we have the Gulfstream Hotel is probably going to be open then. And that would be a great sponsorship. We have the Airbnbs in town. We have the Sable Palm House. And do we try to get exclusive bookings with them first? And do we call them and say, hey, these are the dates now. How do we block that and reserve it? That's my question.
We can connect with them and look into that.
Has it ever been a problem finding a place for them to stay?
The first year. Yeah.
Our first year was an issue because the contract wasn't signed until so late that first year. Last year, our contract was signed a little earlier, so it wasn't as difficult. We're hoping with an even earlier contract, it'll make it even easier for us to make these connections with the business owners and with everyone else as well, too.
We have the date. I think that courtesy phone calls go a long way in business.
Yep.
Mr. Segridge.
Just really good. I would piggyback on that and just say that housing here on those two dates, already I'm willing to bet 60% of the temporary housing stock is booked. And, certainly by 3 months out, you're not finding anything and you're going to end up paying $600 a night for something. Doing it now, I think you would find a lot of these business owners and even vacation rental hosts would be willing to give a preferred rate now in purely like almost like a donation, so that they could host an artist and it gets them exposure and so forth.
Or just take over the Fairfield Inn. Just take over the Fairfield Inn. Okay, are we clear? Have we thrown enough at you? Yeah.
So motion to approve
Okay.
the second
so
amendment?
We'll move, yes.
Wait. Is there we don't have the full backup of the contract to go over those things that we just talked about. So are these amendments that you'll have to bring back to the contract, like the cutouts for VIP, the cutouts for the things we're talking about now?
I don't think that we need to define that in the contract. These are just, we will work on that with our event manager.
Okay, now I'm gonna look at Valentina, who's like, wait a minute. And legal.
Valentina Sesteda, Assistant Finance Director for Procurement. So our contract basically says that the Sunfest is responsible for organizing the whole event. And we do reserve the right to make certain tweaks and changes, of course, within associated budget. So we cannot make some excessive changes that are going to change the whole big, but from what currently it is that they should be able to manage that within the budget that
So
we
all the
have.
changes that you've heard that we're looking for, you don't think there needs to be anything, amendments or anything to the contract?
Let's hear it from the person. Come on up.
I'm legal. I mean, I just want to make sure that the things that we're saying.
We want it on the record that you're going to work with us.
Dan Good with Sunfest. Yeah, so I mean, we're comfortable with moving forward with those changes you discussed, and we'll obviously work directly with Tiana and Stu on that, and we'll bring something back to you. But we do a lot of these things, a lot of these VIP experiences you guys are talking about. We did a ton of those at Sunfest. We do them at other events. You see them all over the place, Commissioner. So
I want us to do them and us to be able to get those proceeds directly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. City sponsored versus Sunfest sponsored.
yeah, and we don't mind helping and assisting. We assisted with the kickoff party, and
Okay.
we're not trying to generate revenue off of it. So if we can,
And I am.
yeah, I understand. So
Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm being honest.
It costs about $200,000 to do this.
Yeah.
so,
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, how to make the experience better, but also us have the financial proceeds coming from it.
right, and we'd work directly with you. If you don't want us doing it, we're fine not doing it, but we're happy to assist in any way we can with that. So
Thank you.
Miss May.
I just thought of something because,
What's that?
stuff just pops in my mind and I have to say
Loose
it.
cannon.
Yeah, you
as you're falling from the sky, you'll be.
Sky. No, I was thinking about the survey, and one of the things that when we bring in 100,000 people from outside of Lake Worth Beach, I want them to come back. And so I want them to come back on a day where they can spend time in the city or go to a restaurant or do this or do that. So that might be another question. I don't know how you would word it, but if that's their first time in the city, are you planning on coming back to Lake Worth?
Or what
Beach?
attracts you?
Something like that, because those are revenue revenue that we don't see, we don't measure. But if you've never been here before and you're like, this place is cool, I'd like to be here when there's not 100,000 people here. That's something that it's not a tangible, but I'm sure it's there.
And that's a great point. You talked about like your business at the gym. It is really hard to track, but a lot of people may not have been aware of it. And we talk about 100,000 people and the marketing opportunity and people to see it. Even Paradiso, that's and trust me, I had conversations. We tried to work with them on certain things with that, but it's a great facility. It's a great venue. It's not something that really fits with that event. So it's, hopefully they see it. It's like, oh, that's great. Great restaurant to come back to. So that's it. Yeah. But you are right. It's really hard to track that. It's just, it's
How about the surveys? Let's improve the surveys at the end. Like number one, talking about going downtown and knocking on doors, but also the experience. Like, can we be a little more forward with, hey, you're here, with more people that just take the survey?
Yeah, well, I think any communication, and we started that this year. Like Suzanne said, we kind of got a late jump on it the first year. We did with the help of with Tiana and Stu to meet with the restaurants, and it wasn't a great turnout. But I think it starts with what you're saying. We need to get them. We need to force them to be there and get their input.
The business advisory board will be helping.
All right.
Let's hope.
Yeah. So I think that does help in any communication. And I think we improved in some of the entertainment stuff that we did with Nicole at the parade and different things, of just making them kind of, we talked about the ownership of the event. And that's really what we want to see too, is the city and really the merchants own it. So
yeah, I mean, for so many years, this was the town event, right? And we're happy to pay you to do it. But there's that disconnect a little bit and that's what we're talking about, more local people.
But you guys, I will say, like we talked about this, the passion that the city has, the staff has, it's very unique. And the police department, fire department, I mean, they were
amazing.
It's truly amazing.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's such a unique thing, and we're lucky to have it keep going. Mr. Segridge.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, before Commissioner Segridge starts, can I have a motion to extend? We're at 9:52.
Do I have a second?
Second.
By Mr. Segridge.
Who made the first?
Ms. Malega.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'll be quick. So the survey, I think, is a great opportunity for leisure services and for the city and for the event to gather a marketing database. Unfortunately, just having a QR code up there, you're not going to get much participation. We have to give something away with it. So
to win.
So you scan the QR code, you do the survey, we give away something that is very much Lake Worth Beach related. We could get local business owners to donate to it, or a series of prizes, whether that's, businesses like Benny's or Paradiso or the Gulfstream Golf. And if you make it like there's an actual chance you're gonna get something that's substantial and it's related to Lake Worth Beach. I think we'll see numbers 25,000, 50,000 people filling out that survey.
What about having people walk around downtown, actually giving out the survey, working? What?
It's
okay.
No, I mean
I guess that was a stupid idea.
It does work. I've done this kind of surveying before. It does what you're saying, Mayor. It does work. I think in this particular event, it's a little bit crowded. We could do it both, or you could have somebody walking around with the QR code, making people aware, right? Hey, because they're not all going to see the sign, but they have a T-shirt on, win whatever. That also is highly effective, and that will boost the numbers. So it's not that it's a bad idea. No, I think it would boost the numbers. I think it's a good idea. So, but I think we need to consider that, because if we're able to get 50,000 people on that list, which will turn into 100, and that, imagine what it will do for all of our other events in terms of communicating that those events are happening. And that becomes an asset that this city has.
A bank of participants.
And it'll also help for our businesses, because, we can utilize it as well to do just general Lake Worth Beach kind of style marketing. You don't want to spam them, but get people to come to the downtown and so on to see these certain things.
And advertise to those people that are interested what's going on downtown. There's a raft race, there's a gay pride parade, there's a this, there's a that. We have a lot. I mean, we do a lot. When I talk, for our League of Cities stuff, I talk to other towns about what they're doing, and it's fabulous. And we need to do, still would love to bring back once a month evening on the avenues, but that's for another day.
Yeah, and people have social media fatigue, so it's harder and harder to reach them via social media, especially organic.
All I get now are advertisements on Facebook. Mention something, and all of a sudden you're getting advertisements. So, do I have a motion in a second for this contract? All in favor?
Commissioner May made the motion. Vice Mayor May, I did not hear the second.
Second, Malega.
Malega did the second. Okay. That concludes the business portion of this agenda.
Thank you, Sunfest. folks.
Yeah,
Good to see
thank
you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's
I
quite,
like that it's starting now.
yes, get going. Get going. Okay, commissioner comments. Let's start with District 1.
Do I have, so tomorrow is the League of Cities annual luncheon. The mayor will be sworn in. That'll be fun. Friday, we have a home dedication with Community Land Trust and the CRA. Anybody who could attend, it's going to be on 1306 First Avenue South. It is a duplex. This was an empty lot that was made, used for dumping on half of it, and the other half was a horrible, deplorable house. So I'm very excited to see this coming to fruition. The CRA has been doing really, really, really good work. And I just want to give so much love and respect to the board and the deep dives that they've been doing and some hard questions that they've been asking. And some of these board members are not afraid to question even when somebody wants an extension on a grant that they shouldn't be getting another extension on. And I'm very appreciative of the current board members and their dedication to the city and the time that they're taking to really look in these projects and the budget and everything they're doing. And people don't realize that the CRA is a staff of 3. There's 3 people in Joan. And for everything that they do, and the work that they put together and the dedication that they give to the city, I feel like they'd never get enough appreciation. And so I'd like to just give my sincere appreciation to Joan and to her staff, Susan, Emily, and Chris, for everything they do at the CRA, because they really do move the needle and they are helping create real affordable home ownership in our city.
And we are well known for the CRA when you go out in the world. Thank you, Mr. McCoy.
Just want to say that I was glad to be able to join the Memorial Day event at Pinecrest Cemetery. And thank you to American Legion Post 47 and the Boy Scouts and some other groups putting that together, and Girl Scouts. Yes, good point. I'm glad that we do it.
Thank you, Miss May.
Thank you. I want to thank Brian Fraser for coming and inviting us. So if you could organize that for us, Mr. Perry, that would be great. He said he's been trying to get a hold of you. I was not at the Memorial Day thing. I was extremely ill, which is very rare for me. I do not get sick, but oh my God. Yeah. Jeff's a keeper. Let's just say that. He took very good care of me. So I didn't have a one-on-one this week. So anything you're telling anyone else, please let me know, because Monday was a holiday and I had school today. Thursday is my last day of school.
Ooh.
Until
wow,
might be my last day of school ever. So I'm freaking out.
Yeah, of course.
It's weird, but next August, when everybody goes back to school, and it's the first time since I was 5 years old that I don't have a first day of school.
Wow,
that's going to be weird. So I'm going to need some support then.
We will be with you.
But yeah, no, things are good, and that's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Better you than me. You're a better man than I, Gungadin. Mr. Zegridge.
Thank you. I just wanted to just quickly discuss with you guys. We had a number of just fantastic candidates show up for the Business Advisory Board, all the boards really. And it's wonderful to see that level of participation. But, thinking about the representation of our city, we've got the Dixie Highway Corridor, we have the beach complex, we have the downtown, we have the work from home businesses, we have the service businesses. I would love it if we were able to, instead of saying that the advisory board is 7 members, or say it's a minimum of 7 members. Because I think we should strongly consider potentially appointing more individuals to that board, not cutting it off at the 2 openings that we currently have. I think more than ever, that's a board where, if you think of its mission, it's not only really to advise us, but it also serves as a mentorship group, a airing of grievances group, a education of businesses and getting them through the process. And I just think more representation there will help us as a city. So I know we just did the first reading of that ordinance, but it's a smidgen of a change, as you put in the word minimum of 7. But that's something that I would really like to see us consider doing so that we could appoint more than just 2 this time around.
This happened when we were, is that your only thing tonight?
Yeah, that was it.
When we started a few years ago, when we started the business, the different boards, oh my God, it's so many people, let's make it 18 people on the board. I'm very confused about the Business Advisory Board. It's been in existence now for how many years?
I understand that, but they've also had 3 different liaisons from this city, which have not really given them good guidance. So you can sit here and shake your head, no, ma'am, but I'm telling you, that's why I wanted to be the liaison, because I keep hearing you say this. And as a acting business downtown, but I still own the business. I'm still in charge of taking care of the responsibilities. I do, because I have a shirt that says I hate the gym. That's a whole nother conversation. But the business liaison, the Business Advisory Board, they have a list of things that they've been wanting to take on. And I think that now that they're going to be meeting every month, they're looking at this in a fresh new set of eyes. They're very excited. I think we need to support that excitement. And although I hear what you're saying, Commissioner Segrich, my only concern is that I don't want 4 restaurateurs and 3 real estate agents. If we were going to do that, I think it would have to be more broken down by either industry, and I don't know what that would look like legally, but like the planning and zoning has certain criteria, architect, real estate, that there have to be 3 people from this division, 2 people who do this, and then 1 citizen at large. I would want to make those specifications if we're opening it up to 7 instead of 7, 8, or 9 board members, because to protect the integrity of the Business Advisory Board and what it was created for, to make sure that there's ample, Sam Goodstein's on it. He's part owner of a mobile home park. So, but he's also Lake Worth Beach resident for life. So I think that we did just approve first reading, and I don't know how we would go back and change that. I think right now I'm happy with the people that we had, and I just want to make sure that we're fulfilling that, because we do have a meeting coming up, just like the P&Z and just like the CRA. See, and what is short month am I in right now? How many people?
Yeah. And nothing is to say that if you're not.
June 18th is our next meeting.
June 18th. We're good. We're sort of.
I just wanted to respond to both comments.
We have a
June
budget
18th.
hearing that night. On June 18th.
Not on my calendar.
No, didn't we just change it? And there's nothing to be said. You don't have to be an official on a board to contribute and to come and talk to them. I kind of said that at the beginning. Well, maybe I'm just making stuff up.
I just think in terms of representation of the various areas and types of businesses we have, currently our board is not very representative of that. And to me, if it's not expanding it, I would look towards maybe removing an additional person and then adding one to get that kind of representation. Because I think for the first time, we might have the opportunity to have represent businesses of all the different areas and most of the types. And I do understand your point, Mary. You don't have to be on the board to participate, but I see some heavy duty qualifications and really talented individuals and leaders in this city of businesses wanting to participate. And for me, it would be a shame to not bring them in to it. And so for me, if it means expanding, I would support expanding, because I think our current pioneers on that board deserve the respect, because they've been towing the line for
which is why I would not remove any of them.
I understand that, but in the interest of developing the stronger board and having it have more of an impact, that's why I wanted to move towards expansion versus replacing.
Well, right now we have a hotelier, we have a real estate agent, we have a person who owns a mobile home park, and we have a, two home-based business owners.
Yeah, the more I listen, as we listen tonight, I really have I really feel that it's important to have a brick and mortar, a business downtown, rather than just work out of your home, because you're actually dealing with permits, you're actually dealing with people downtown. You know, they can talk to each other downtown. That's just a thought that I had as I was listening to the things.
Yeah, and I would also give preference to the resident / business owner. And you know, and also, and for me, looking at, you know, for example, in almost every conversation we have about business in this city, it's a rare occasion that the West Side and the Dixie Highway corridor get brought up.
Well, maybe we should have a downtown business and then a separate business.
No, but I'm just saying, you know, and from the candidate pool that we saw, it's like, wow, we have somebody who's excited about the Dixie Highway corridor. We have somebody who's downtown business. We have somebody, and there's just not enough spots. And I just think it would benefit us as a whole to consider that. I'm not asking for a vote.
Amy Gill is on, and she is going to be the biggest downtown business owner in the instant near future.
Okay, so this is your comment. Are you okay? I just have a couple of things. No, we've had these are commission comments. Well, we sort of strayed because we really don't do this much, but all right, both of you have your lights on. Go ahead. It's now 10 o'clock. Let's keep it.
My question is actually for Sarah. As the liaison, excuse me, do you think it would improve the board to have more than 7 members?
I think that right now I think it would make sense to fill those 2 positions, meet monthly for the next couple months and see what kind of momentum they can gain and bring the new 2 members up to speed on what their wish list is to start chucking away at. And then if they think that we're missing out and say, hey, we need representation from this area of the city, then I think that we should allow the board to help us navigate those waters.
Okay. And my other question is, do you mind if other business owners or residents come to the meeting? I mean,
no, that's the whole point.
They won't be voting members.
No, we want and it's publicized. Aaron Allen the chair sends in.
Okay, so all of the people that were here tonight can go, they can participate.
Correct.
They're just not voting members.
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to make that clear to the people in the
their
world.
input is very much needed, which is why Aaron has gone door to door multiple times, all the way down to 8th Street and back, trying to get businesses to come.
I
has sent
get that.
Camilla, who speaks Spanish, to do the same thing.
Are they meeting in the same place every month now?
No, we're taking.
That's a problem.
It's not a problem because we're trying to highlight businesses and showcase businesses. The next one's at the library.
How do you find where the meeting is?
It's just,
I'm a citizen and I want to go
just
to
like the neighborhood meetings. You find out where they're moved to. They send an email
to who?
It's to the working list that they have of business owners. It's on the city's website where it's going to be. It's all publicized just like every other meeting. But the reason they were doing that is, number one, it gives businesses a chance to showcase themselves and to bring people into those businesses, which is part of creating more business. And it also helps us move it around the city to show people, you know what, there's this great new business down on the south side, or there's this great new business on, over by the Park of Commerce. And it gets people out of that downtown is not the only place where there's businesses mentality. So that's what they're going to try, meeting monthly. The next one is at the city library. And then we're working with Off the Clock. We were going to have one, the May one there, but that had to be canceled. So we're working with Off the Clock, and then we're going to try to schedule them at least 6 months out. So for 6 months, we know where the meetings are to help publicize them.
Okay, because is it always the same time and day? Yes. I mean, really, that's one of the criticisms I have. Nobody can know where it is. It's here one week and but they don't. Yeah,
it's hard to get people to show up to things that they just don't want to show up to.
Let's not make it
it's harder time and everywhere.
All right, Mr. McBoy, real quick, and then I'm going to do mine, and then we're going to move on.
I just am curious, what would be the downside?
Commissioner Roy, can you turn on your mic, please?
Sorry, I turned it off earlier. I turned it back on. Thank you for the reminder. I guess I'm curious, what would be the downside to having more members? How many things actually come up for a vote on the Business Advisory Board? My sense is it's more to move information around it doesn't seem to me like it's that big a deal to have more. That I don't see any downsides to it. And I do see the positives of trying to have both wider geographic representation, where I think we're all clear that west of Dixie tends to be underrepresented. And also, I see no downside to having wider types of businesses. I think it does make sense to have home-based businesses, even though they're not brick and mortar. There are a fair number of them in the city. I remember seeing a number, I have no idea where, but I saw a number recently that said something or other, and it was amazing to me, like 700 businesses in Lake Worth. And like I said, maybe I'm hallucinating it, but I do think I saw it somewhere, and I thought, wow, that's a lot of businesses. So, you know, if we had 20
It
members.
was during our code presentation, they talked about home LBTRs.
Maybe that's where it was. The number was, okay, good, thank you. Good to know on that. Yeah, you get a pass on that one. So to me, if that's really what we have, you know, if we had 20 members, so what? That seems like a good thing.
One of my frustrations with the Business Advisory Board is that we, you know, it's kind of let's have a play and we'll do it in the garage. We never really identified very closely what it's to help businesses downtown. It's to do this, but there's no. It seems.
Provide.
That's not accurate. If you look at the ordinance that we wrote, it's spelled out in black and white what their job is. And you've never supported the Business Advisory Board since its inception. And I don't understand why.
It's not, I'm
asking because you do have a business downtown.
I am not supporting it. I am just frustrated by what appears to me to be a lack of direction, a lack of more concrete things. They've done what have they done in the
Didn't I just give you a whole backstory on why they haven't been able to accomplish a lot?
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I'm all for it, but I would love to see a little more direction on the Business Advisory Board. So we're going to keep it with 7 right now and see how it goes. Okay. Another stirring conversation. I don't have much. A couple of years ago, Palm Tran came to us and they said, you are the biggest corridor of use, and we're going to give you covered shade stops. And that was probably 3 years ago, a long time ago.
Jamie would be the person to ask. He's followed.
Yeah, but I'm just bringing it up. And nothing seems to have happened with it. Yeah, and it's like, did they drop the idea or is it coming? Or just if we could get an update on that, and it's pretty random, but it would be great. The Municipal Institute, Mr. Perry has been working hard. And the Municipal Institute was in the 90s, a long time ago. And just as a physical remembrance of it, we actually got, cleaned up my closet. We actually got these nice t-shirts. It was a real identifying thing. So not tonight, but I know that we talked about starting it in July, maybe June or July. I would like to have a little, how many people are we going to, a little more details. And this is the other thing that we got. Yes. So I'm donating these to the city archives.
You're just cleaning up.
I'm cleaning out my closet.
I can see what's going on there.
Let's see. Tomorrow is the thing. My sister probably wants that. But anyway, and at some point, if we could get an update, not now, obviously, I don't, but on the Palm Beach water situation, and also on the pool, there was a meeting about the pool with the school board, I believe. Okay, which is a little update on that. That would be great. Okay. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a few dates to remember. May 28th, Thursday, we have a meeting to discuss the financial overview as presented by the Finance Department. Next week, June 2nd, we have a regular scheduled commission meeting, but prior to that at 5 o'clock, I think we have a closed session to discuss bargaining. And then on
Wait,
June,
that's the second, yeah.
and on June 11th, that's our first meeting to discuss the budget. June 11th. Just want to remind you of those dates.
And the 18th is the second, is what I have.
No, there's not
Oh,
one.
because email went out, say with dates, so you're waiting to get back with those?
I think we were changing. I don't think it was that date though. I think it was something like in September, maybe.
Oh, those were later.
Yeah,
Okay,
later.
so that's on the 18th, we don't have a budget hearing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take that right off my. Thank
That's
you.
it. Mhm.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay, Madam Attorney. I did.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. I do not have a report. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Does anyone have any questions for our attorney? Anyone?
Y'all know, FDEP passed the final rule on synthetic turf.
Oh, they did already?
So they did.
And what did they say?
It's only applicable to single family residents of 1 acre or less. They tweaked a little bit of the language in terms of it is the minimum standards, and of course it's preempted, so you cannot adopt or enforce any rules that conflict with their minimum standards. I think it leaves open a little window of opportunity if you wanted to perhaps have other restrictions. Within the final rule, there are some areas where the local governments can still make some decisions in terms of, I think there's a drainage requirement that you can play with some. There's other things that they allow for in the DEP regulations to address in your local ordinance. So I believe Elizabeth is working with staff to look at those issues, because I know for the other cities that we represent, we've got to go into their regulations and address specifically the single family residents for 1 acre or less.
So so the state is saying we can regulate single family. What's the difference between single and multifamily?
It says that these are the minimum requirements that you have to have in place for single family residences of 1 acre or less that want to install artificial turf at their property. And these regulations are requirements of what that installation needs to look like, what the materials composed of, drainage requirement. There's a requirement you can't put artificial turf in swales. So
For the
if you're
front
going
yard?
to put an artificial turf in your front yard and there's a swale in your front yard, you're going to have to stop your artificial turf before it gets to the swale.
But you can put, but you can put artificial turf in your front yard.
There's no current prohibition or requirement in the DEP regulations about locations specific to a front yard, side yard, or rear yard. So the implication is you can put it wherever as long as it meets these minimum standards. So not in a swale. There's a requirement that you have to have like outside a drip line of a tree, but you can get an exemption for that. So it's a lot of different things that I think cities are going to have to really look at and figure out how to deal with it. I imagine there's going to be some pushback and some people pushing the envelope. So it'll be one of those evolving laws where we see some changes in terms of where there's some real heartache with this.
What about multifamily?
Nope, it's single family residents of 1 acre or less.
But if I have a multifamily, I can't use it, or I can use it?
You're not, the local government's not preempted in this area.
Oh.
So you can still, for multifamily, say what you want the regulations to be for the installation of artificial turf.
Thank you.
For single families, 1 acres or left, we're preempted. They have to meet the DEP minimum standards.
Does that include installation requirements by a professional? I can't just go buy a roll at Home Depot and put my own down.
Correct. And it's still, it's still subject to permitting requirements.
Okay.
But now what you folks are going to have to look at is, does the installation meet the DEP minimum standards? But there's a lot of, there's changes too, also to private providers under Chapter 553 for constructions. So private providers will be inspecting or could inspect your artificial turf installations and do the inspections on it.
But we
So these are all things that everybody's looking at right now.
It's so complicated. So, but we can't go into somebody's backyard and see what they're doing, correct? So enforcement's going to be sort of sketchy
The enforcement's going to be the same way it is.
as
now.
everything else.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Anything else? Okay. Do I have a motion? Do I have a second? No second. All right. I guess we're here. Second by Ms. May.
And the first was by Commissioner McFoy.
We were